Yo, I'm in a different room of the house today. This actually used to be my old bedroom, believe it or not. Anyway, we'll see if it makes any sort of difference or not. If it makes people more interested in the stream, who knows? Yeah, once again, back for some debates, everybody. So thanks for joining us. Yeah, let's get started. So let's kind of focus on encouraging activism today, if we can. The thing is that there are animals and people and screaming in pain right now, right? These people are real, they actually exist. The suffering in the world, it's not hypothetical, it's actually real, it's actually going on. So we have to take suffering more seriously. That's kind of the problem most people are struggling with. They don't take suffering seriously, they don't care about it, they just try to dismiss it or to laugh about it. And so, we need to be more serious and think about, the extreme suffering in the world. Deal with it seriously, right? So most people, they're like, oh, who cares about suffering? That's not taking it seriously enough, right? A lot of the debates I have just demonstrate that, when it comes to child abuse and animal abuse, people just find it funny, right? Or they don't care, or they don't want to think about it, right? They don't think that we should consider whether this is acceptable. They want to just continue to allow it, to continue to ignore it, continue to just pretend it doesn't exist. Okay, we've got a couple of people in the queue already, so let's get started. Got Wesley coming up. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, no, I would say that because I believe in evolution, and it seems that for some reason, whatever that
Well, so
may
do
be.
I'm an atheist, and you don't have to believe in evolution. It's more about learning and understanding that evolution is correct. Or what are you talking about? Because what do you mean by believe in evolution? That sounds almost spiritual.
Well, it's okay. By believe, I just mean I possess knowledge of. Belief is just a box I put information in my brain. Right? I know we say knowledge is justified true belief, but justified in itself is a subjective term. So I understand there's some stigma around verbiage, right?
Yeah.
But
So
regardless.
what do you think evolution? How do you think that plays into this?
Yeah, I think that for whatever reason, whatever biogenesis is, or however, whenever a cell manages to pop into the universe, right, however that occurs, that it's compelled for some reason to live, right? And
By evolution, right? That's what makes it more likely to reproduce.
yeah, so it seems that there's for a lack of a better word, motivation to be alive, right?
Well, no,
And
the way that nature works, the way evolution works, whatever is more likely to survive and reproduce gets reproduced and becomes mainstream. So it's not that life wants to live, it's that reproduction benefits from when life has lots of different reasons.
I didn't say want. I just said motivated, right? This could be a personal or impersonal motivation.
So it's motivated, but it actually wanting to be alive goes against your own best interest.
I think there is a distinction to be made with wanting and motivation, right? Because one can be unconscious and one is or interpersonal. But irregardless, I understand what you're trying to distinguish here, right? But it seems like this phenomenon, which that we call suffering, right, is an evolved trait in which that helps perpetuate this quote unquote for lack of a better term, motivation, right? So it's like suffering is just like a bumper, if you have a car and it starts to beep because you're backing up too fast and you might hit the wall. So it seems like you're saying, I want to unalive all things because all things are aware that they might become unalived.
No, it's not. It's nothing. Actually, most of the suffering is from living, not from being unalived, actually.
Well, no, obviously, because we want to prevent being unalived, right? Because that would be
again, being unalived is not the only moral consideration.
No, but this suffering,
making it sound like
pain, but this suffering and pain is a mechanism in which to help us navigate the environment. And you're saying because we have this tool to navigate the environment, that's bad, therefore nothing should exist.
So do you think that, if a tool exists to help navigate the environment, then it justifies any amount of cruelty?
Well, what I'm saying is that like your
You're dodging the
sensitivity
question,
towards.
Wesley. Just that was a yes or no kind of question.
Okay, one more time. What was the
Yeah.
question
So
again?
do you think that if a tool helps you navigate the environment, then it justifies infinite child abuse and cruelty?
Wasn't it like good or bad? That was the original
Yeah.
question.
So you're dodging the question again.
No, you reframed the question.
No, I didn't. You just weren't listening because you're not paying attention.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't believe in good and bad. Good and bad is made up.
Okay, Wesley, thank you. That was three times. Three strikes, you're out. I think we should do a three-strike system, right? If people refuse to answer a question three times because they know they can't answer it, and instead try to gaslight you, then we'll give them three chances, right? If they fail to answer the question three times, and a lot of these people, I'm giving them like 20 chances, and they still don't answer. So, I think three chances is fair. If you're going to dodge and, be dishonest and gaslight and evade the question, change subject, then we'll give you three strikes and then you're out. Hello, how you doing?
Doing good. How you doing, man?
Good, thank you.
I have to ask: is the prompt like something you actually believe, or is it just
Yeah.
a topic for debate?
Yeah, it's a social justice movement. We have over 100 activists around the world and new people joining every day, agreeing to end all suffering, right? Because it has to happen.
Through forceful extinction of those who don't consent.
Yeah, but just because one person doesn't agree to the safety of everybody else doesn't mean that we should accept it, right? Safety comes first, even if people don't want safety or don't want others to have safety. We should put safety first, even if people selfishly disagree.
I definitely disagree with that.
Why? So you think we should allow people to just torture animals if that's what they choose to do?
No, there's a difference between safety and harm.
Well, no,
I can.
what
I
are you
can
talking
say
about? I
that.
can say there's a difference between a table and a chair,
Sure.
safety and harm, right? These are obvious things. You're not teaching us anything new here.
Yeah, I can say that I disagree. Like, I agree with safety as a fundamental concept without agreeing that it needs to be forced on people. And that doesn't mean
If
that
you don't
I
enforce,
support
if
harm.
you don't defend the victims with force, force will be used against them to make them suffer. So you
Yeah, and that's what you're
prefer.
advocating for. You're saying that you want to force people into a situation that they don't consent to extinct them because you disagree with whatever blanket terms you're using to justify that.
Well, the thing is, that's the lesser of two evils, though, right? Billions of years of suffering is obviously much worse than that.
That's subjective. There's no
How?
objectivity in that claim.
It's obvious. It's not subjective. It's basic mathematics that you're clearly failing at.
Where's the math
If
in
you
what you
think
said?
that billions of years of suffering is not worse than an extinction, then you're insane.
No, I think you should like refine your argument because I think you're like
Well, what do you
teetering.
think? What do you think? Would extinction cause more suffering, or would it prevent infinite suffering?
Like again, I think
All right,
you're.
that's strike one. So you've
Come on,
got
man.
two more
Don't
chances now. So you've got two more chances. Do you think
You're being
extinction would
pedantic.
cause more suffering than it prevents?
I think it's a loaded question.
Okay, you've got one more chance. That's two strikes. The next one
I'm
will
not
be
gonna
the
have you do
third.
this, bro.
The
You're being
next one will be the
disrespectful.
third and final
You're being
strike.
disingenuous. Take care, bro.
So let's see if you can answer the question. Oh no. Okay. So yeah, the three strike system is working really well. Okay. So yeah, just say no. Read what Cora said in the chat, right? Just say no. It's a simple question. He didn't want to answer. We gave him three chances. I think that's fair. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, how are you doing? First of
thank
all,
you.
my English might not be very good, so
No problem.
I myself can consider myself an extinctionist too. You see,
Great.
actually, I'm an atheist.
That's a different thing.
Well, I kind of disagree with your kind of extinction because
Exactly.
first
That's what I mean.
first of all, it says you should have children to continue the erase the life in universe, but it kind of seems to me like we can't evolve enough to, you know, to erase all the life on universe, only
Yeah,
on Earth.
you wouldn't even bother trying, basically. So animals on Earth, other
Yes, I think
humans, you
animals
wouldn't
and
even
the
bother.
humans, we should like extinct all of them, but we can't do it universally.
Okay, so do you think that we would be risking animals continuing to suffer for billions of years by doing human extinction first?
No, no, no. I ain't saying we should do human extinction first. I'm saying we should like do it globally, right now.
Okay, so do you think it makes sense to risk humanity going extinct before animals, right? Because how long do you think it? You seem to think it would
Yeah,
only
of
take a
course, it's
few
a
days
risk.
to do. You seem to only think it would take a few days to do total animal extinction, total
No,
prevention
no,
of
no.
life ever coming back. But
It will
it would
take
take more than
quite a
a few
long time.
days. It would take more than a month, okay? And it would probably take more than a lifetime, which is why we do have to keep reproducing.
Actually, we can still do it without reproduction.
How? Okay, how can we do permanent extinction without reproduction?
I think humanity has quite good enough of technology for that.
Okay, but do we have the people to do it? Right, the technology with no humans around to use it would probably not be good enough. You're not thinking this through.
Well, that's why we have to spread the message, you see.
Okay, so you would have the smarter people go extinct and leave the world to the stupid people, basically.
Of course not, of course not.
So that's what you're suggesting. You're suggesting that smart people should leave the world to unintelligent people.
No, no, no. We should consider extinction for all life on Earth.
So again, if all of the extinctionists refuse to reproduce, then they'll go extinct and leave the world to the horny sadists, right? So
Yes.
that's not going to work. That doesn't really help anything. So antinatalism and ethylism are self-defeating, right? You cannot cause total human extinction by making it voluntary. It will just never happen. That's silly, right? That's a joke. That's never going to work.
I agree with antinatalism, yes, because it only focuses on
So you agree
humans.
with something which is a complete joke, right?
But I think ethylism might be the solution
How?
because it
Ethylism literally says that the founder of ethylism literally says, don't do activism, don't actually try to help anyone, don't try to apply solutions. So you saying it's a solution is kind of the opposite of the truth.
well, it's just I don't want to, you say, make
Look,
more
you
children.
clearly have no significant thoughts to contribute to this conversation, right? Ethylism, it might as well be philosophy. It's effectively brain rot. And the founder of ethylism literally tells people extinction would be bad, don't do activism, don't work towards extinction. So he's pro-suffering. Hello, how you doing?
What's up, man? I don't know why my picture's not showing up.
Yeah, no worries. I can
Yeah.
see your picture, your profile picture anyway. Do you have any
Oh,
questions?
nice. Yeah. So my question is, I just started following you. I caught you last week. My question is, I would like clarity on. It says total extinction, so I'm thinking that you mean everything and everybody. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, can you tell me the basis for the argument of why you think that would be best?
Yeah, because it's not safe for life to exist, and it's not fair when the unlucky ones are paying the ultimate price as a result. So, yeah, we shouldn't allow life to exist in unsafe conditions. It's not fair, it's not right. It just ends up suffering terribly, and only, the very few end up benefiting. So we shouldn't allow extreme suffering, and we should make sure that nobody is suffering terribly. And the only way to do that is with total extinction. And making sure there is no suffering is more important than allowing life to continue to exist. Because otherwise you're saying, who cares who suffers? Who cares how many animals and children get abused? We'll allow that forever, just so that some people can have fun. That's not right. It's not fair.
Right.
We have to have a zero tolerance policy on extreme suffering, forcing others into lives of hell. That's not something that should be allowed, and we're
Right.
not going to allow it anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right about the extreme suffering shouldn't be allowed. You don't think there's any path forward around total extinction?
No. So we've looked into it, and basically life should never exist without certainty of safety. So most people would improve standards a little bit. The unlucky ones are still trapped in lives of hell, and they would say that's good enough. That's not good
Right.
enough for us, and only certainty of safety is going to guarantee no more victims. And so you would need omniscience to provide true certainty of safety.
Yeah.
And any system without that can go infinitely wrong. For example, a simulation, you could walk into a simulation, but if it's not perfectly safe, it can go wrong and you can be trapped in hell for billions of years. So,
Exactly, because it's exponential.
yeah, and the thing is that people don't care about safety right now, so we can't let them make their own decisions because they're making incredibly unsafe conditions, unethical decisions. And, people are always saying, oh, let people do whatever they want. But what are they doing with that freedom? They're abusing children. They're ending up with terminal cancer and depression and brain damage and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we can't allow life to suffer like this anymore.
All right. Well, I'm gonna drop and keep listening. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Pi. I'll
Yes,
give you
sir.
a follow,
Thank
and we'll move on to somebody else for another debate. Okay, moving on. We have Atom. Hello.
Hi, good morning. I was listening to you. It's not fair to people of color because it's white supremacy for the last 500 years has caused so much suffering. If we were just left alone and isn't there
So black people suffer, white people suffer, and
under white supremacy though? I mean,
no. Even in Africa, black people are still suffering.
yeah, but it's because of these international organizations messing with their governments and their countries and their
So
politicians.
you think that if that wasn't happening, then no black person would get cancer ever again?
Oh no.
Right. So
Yes.
then you're not making sense, right? So saying that suffering is caused by countries, it's wrong, right? It's misinformation. It's false. You need to educate yourself. There are other sources of suffering.
Absolutely, there's other sources of suffering. It just seems to me, if last 500 years, the majority of the suffering for us.
We shouldn't make this a
That's
race thing, right? Stop being racist. Stop trying to create racial divide and conflict, right? We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't discriminate like that and try and make it a racial thing. We should say that everybody should be safe from suffering, not just this race or that race, right? We should try and do better than that.
Absolutely. I mean, but you're right though, as far as health stuff. So your guys' position is that we just shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
But secondly, though, is that suffering does create better people. Suffering is not necessarily a bad thing.
So when
because
a child abuser rapes a baby violently to death, how does that create better people?
that does not create better people.
So what you're saying is a joke, basically. You got your animals and babies being abused, and you're out here saying it makes them better people. Have some respect, for God's sake.
You're looking at the most extreme examples and
you're
basing your case
ignoring
on them.
them. You're ignoring the extreme examples and saying that they're not even worth consideration. That's disgusting. Have some respect. Have some standards.
Well, you don't really know what the bigger
Have some standards. To say that we shouldn't consider those who suffer the worst is a disgusting mentality. Do better. Come on, do better. Honestly, that's just revolting. To say that extreme suffering should never be considered because it's extreme is completely insane, right? To say we should allow it because it's extreme. I made a video about this yesterday saying that people have suffering awareness impairment, and the more extreme the suffering is, the less able they are to think about it. So that's why when you bring up extreme examples, they say, "Oh, don't talk about that." It's because their brains are actually physically wired to not be able to think about that. Anyway, hello, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. I don't believe in forceful total extinction, but extinction of yourself would be just good enough.
So what is the definition of extinction?
when animals live out their period of life on the earth.
Really? Really? So if I Google it right now, it will say when mammals live out their period of time on Earth. That's what the definition will be.
That would be my definition. I didn't say that was in this.
So mammals are the only things that can go extinct, and it doesn't matter if it's the entire species or just one individual. You think one individual can go extinct? You didn't know that it applies to an entire species.
Yes, I did.
Look, I think you need to go back to school, right, and learn that extinction doesn't apply to individuals. Okay? And if I end my own suffering, it doesn't help anyone else who is suffering, who can't help themselves, right? So this whole idea of only care about yourself, only look after yourself, it's not good enough, guys. We have to do better. We have to look after everyone. We have to look after the whole world. We have to look after every last animal, every last person. So the best way to do that is to help the world through a system, right? Whether it's a political party or an ideology. Hello, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, are you an accelerationist and a nihilist?
No.
Then what do you mean by elaborate on forceful total extinction?
Yeah, so we should do a permanent total extinction, and work towards a universe with no life and no possibility of life ever again, so that there is no suffering ever again. Right? It's not safe for life to exist, so we should make sure that it doesn't.
So a second great flood.
Not a flood, no. Like that's you can't really flood the universe, as far as I know.
Oh, the universe.
Yeah.
You want like a full fucking reset.
Yeah, I mean,
The Great Bang Theory, entropy, the whole nine. You want everything just to be voided out of existence.
Entropy is not really good enough, right? That takes a long time, a lot of suffering in the meantime. So we should actively enforce the sterilization of the universe, basically.
So you want to make a weapon big enough to eradicate the entire universe?
Weapon. It's not going to be a Death Star. It's going to be science, right? But it doesn't have to be in the shape of a gun.
It doesn't have to be in shape of a gun. So what would eradicate the Earth instantly so that we could get a reset?
But it doesn't have to be instant, right? So we're just going to scientifically determine the best way to do it, and then do it, basically. So guessing the method now is actually counterproductive, and we should, celebrate doing it scientifically, determining the best way to do extinction, and to then carry it out. Guessing the method, believe it or not, doesn't actually help anything.
What's
Hello,
up?
how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Good, thank you.
It's a wild take that you got here. I wonder where you came to, like, where were you before this that you had to, like, eventually get to this position?
I was on the toilet before I started live streaming.
No, I mean, like Thanos didn't go from, just being Thanos to wanting to snap half of civilization away. You know what I mean? There's a few steps that you have to miss before you get to that final decision, right?
So learning about how terrible suffering in the world is, that's how most people come to the conclusion of extinction, that suffering is unacceptable, right? Lives of pure hell, we shouldn't allow that anymore.
Your life is pure hell? Is this you speaking for yourself, or are you speaking
speaking for others, right? And all life.
I don't like when people speak for me, so I'll speak for myself. I think life is beautiful. And
but we don't care if you think life is beautiful, right? We know that it's not beautiful for others out there, so it's not.
Well, I don't care for people speaking for myself, so.
Well, the government does it for you all the time, so deal with it.
I've got a good question, though. So would forceful grape be needed to help you end your virginity? Like, would that be the only way to help you lose your virginity?
But it sounds like
is
you
to
don't
forcefully
have an
grape you?
argument against extinction.
Well, I'm just trying to use your argument to help yourself, actually. So, like, forceful grape would help you.
Is that a serious argument?
It's as serious as your argument, yes.
So
It's
no.
as
So it's not a
serious.
serious argument. You've admitted that. So do you have
I said
any
it is
sort
as
of
serious as your argument.
so yeah, so you don't have a serious counter argument. Got it. Okay, moving on. Let's see. We've got lots of people in the queue, so plenty of smarter people, hopefully. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
So you believe in total extinction, but I guess is it because of like the way the world is going and the like direction of it?
No. So extinction is always the right thing. Even millions of years ago, it would still be the right thing. It will always be the right thing. It's just that nobody realized it until recently, that actually it's not right for life to exist because all it does is end up causing extreme harm. So life isn't fair, and so it shouldn't exist. Do you have any questions about that? Anything to add, perhaps? A remark or a comment? Anything? Do you have anything to say? No. You know, look, we live in an ocean of extreme suffering going on all around us, and people have not a single word to say about it. Come on, guys, do better, right? Try and gaslight me, anything, right? Give me some sort of counter argument. Look, the guy before that, he said, "Oh, you don't have a serious argument." I was like, "No, you're refusing to tell me why extinction is wrong." And he's like, "Would it help if I rape you?" I'm like, "That's nothing to do with extinction. Give us a serious argument." So these people essentially, they will confidently and smugly say, "Yeah, I don't have a counter argument, but I still disagree with extinction." Hello, how you doing?
Is it me? Am I in this?
It is you. You are the chosen one.
Okay. Is it suffering? Is it total extinction for all life or
Yes.
human life?
Forceful, total extinction for everything. So
But
the ideal would be a universe with no life and no possibility of life ever again.
so what do you think about the idea that like both joy and suffering coexist? Like because by getting rid of all of life or all suffering, right? By getting rid of life, you're also getting rid of
but the
all
thing
the
is
joy.
that extreme suffering is unacceptable. So it can't be made acceptable.
Why is suffering unacceptable?
Well, think about it. Things like child abuse, they're unacceptable, right?
Yeah, unacceptable in terms of like we shouldn't accept them. They should never. I don't think that unacceptable means that something shouldn't exist.
So you don't think child abuse should actually be fully banned? That we should make
No,
it
I do,
unacceptable?
of course.
You're
I
like,
do.
Child abuse unacceptable.
Hold on.
It's a bit far that, right? Completely
No.
unacceptable.
I don't think that we should accept child abuse as in accept we should let people abuse children. There shouldn't be any consequences.
Yeah. So extinction is the only way to not accept.
I think it's a very large leap to go from child abuse should not be accepted.
Okay, so it's not a leap. It's not a leap.
Everybody.
It's not a leap. So how else can you end all suffering without extinction? You can't. Right?
I don't think that you can end all suffering. I don't think that's something that's possible.
Exactly. You can't do it without extinction. So this is the only solution for the victims. The only solution for those who don't want to be raped in a pedophile's dungeon.
Well, okay, but I've never been R-word. That's never happened to me.
Okay, so if you don't get raped, then fuck everyone else. If other children get raped, who gives a flying fuck? I haven't been raped, so fuck them. Rape all the kids, as long as it's not me. Fuck the kids. That's her opinion. That's her position. Fuck every last child in the ass, as long as it's not me. That's her position, okay? This is disgusting. We should say no child abuse is acceptable. No suffering is acceptable. Not, I don't give a fuck who suffers as long as it's not me, okay? How many people say this? Yesterday, we had loads of people saying this. And now this woman as well saying, who gives a flying fuck if every child gets raped in the ass? As long as it's not me, then I don't care. fuck the children. That is her opinion. And if you think otherwise, then you weren't listening properly. She said, well, I haven't been raped, so why should I give a flying fuck? This mentality is disgusting. Humans only care about themselves. As soon as you say, look, it's not fair, look at all this torture going on, they say, well, I'm fine, so who gives a fuck? I don't care about anyone but myself. Everyone can be begging for death, and I'll still say, it's not me, so who gives a fuck? Let the children get raped. Let the animals get tortured. It's not me, so why should I care? Why should I be anything but a complete piece of shit? That's her opinion. So screw these people, right? Do better than this, guys. We have to care about others. You can't say, oh, extreme torture going on to this child. Well, I don't care at all because it's not me. This is unacceptable. We have to care about others, right? Look, life started on Earth as animals. They were vicious predators. Humans are still trying to evolve out of that. So it's understandable that people are still stuck in this animalistic mentality. They are still animals, right? So we have to evolve out of that. Do better. Care about everyone. Care about all life. Care about every animal, every child, every person, and potential life as well. All life, right? We have to be benevolent, all loving. Nothing else is good enough, right? Why would you want to be anything less than all loving, right? But most of these humans, like that woman, they are only self-loving, right? I've never been raped, so who cares if anyone else gets raped? That's what she said, right? So they only love themselves. They couldn't care at all about anyone else, no matter how badly they suffer. This is the sad reality of the world. And if you really think that that's not the case and that actually everything's fine, everything's okay, everyone's looking after the world intelligently, everything's being looked after, everything's being done correctly, we can relax, the world is fine, you're living in a fantasy, you're living in a lie, you're living in a delusion, you're not living in the real world, right? You're literally tricking yourself into thinking that there is no extreme suffering, animals aren't being tortured by 99% of humans and eaten, right? Animals aren't eating each other alive and starving to death. They're not being abused by their owners. You know, people aren't beating their dogs to death. If you really think none of this stuff is happening and that everything is just, it's fine. Yeah, the world is fine. Then you're living in a fantasy. You're living in a lie.
Hey, James.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good. So, I wanted to talk about joy too, because like, think about how killing people, right, denies their future joy, right? And life is comprised of moments of joy and suffering, right?
Look, we know there's joy. So why don't you explain to us why the extreme suffering isn't that bad? That should be the route you should go down.
No, extreme suffering is bad, and we should all work to.
But it's not. So, but it is acceptable. You think it's acceptable?
Extreme suffering is acceptable.
So child abuse is acceptable.
Well, acceptable in the sense that.
So yeah. So just say it. Yes, child abuse is acceptable, right?
Well, can I explain myself?
Well, just let's start. Is that what you're saying, though? Yeah.
With many caveats, and that I'd like to explain.
Okay, so yes, child abuse is acceptable.
In order to experience life that also has multitudes of joy. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so when a child abuser rapes a baby to death and kills it, right? His pleasure, his joy, is more important than the victim's suffering. Is that what you're saying?
No.
It sounds like it. You're saying who cares if children get raped as long as there's joy?
You want to say that and then use that as an excuse to fucking kill everyone in the world, dude.
Well, so hang on. You think killing is bad?
Yes.
Well, there'll be a lot more killing unless we do extinction.
But there'll be a lot less life if we do an extinction.
Yeah, but you can't really say that killing is bad when you're advocating for killing to continue on forever, and we're saying we should make it impossible.
You are denying the possibility of joy to ever be experienced.
We're denying it to child abusers. We will gladly deny...
And non-child abusers too, and benevolent people alike.
Yeah, but those other people are benefiting.
So what about those people?
Abuse.
What about people that don't cause suffering? Why don't they?
Listen. If you are pro-life and you support life continuing, you are a child abuser. Okay? You are saying child abuse is acceptable. Let's continue it, right? So you are responsible for those children being abused, right? So if you support life continuing, you can't say, oh no, the child abuser is over there, it's not me. If you're saying, yeah, I support his right to abuse children, and I support children being abused, then even if you're not doing it directly, you are a child abuser, right? You are an animal abuser. You are, yeah, an abuser. And look, Mena in the chat is saying, I wouldn't go that far. If I support child abuse and say we shouldn't ban it, that doesn't make me a child abuser. Well, yes, it does, right? You are literally, the children are being raped right now, and you're saying we shouldn't stop it, we should allow it. And you want to have your cake and eat it and say, no, I'm not a child abuser. I'm just saying child abuse isn't that bad. We shouldn't ban it. You are a child abuser, right? Like, you're literally encouraging their abuse. You're allowing it. You're saying we shouldn't stop it. You're saying, please don't stop the child abuse, right? Mena, if you think I'm exaggerating, then you've not been watching my streams enough, right? Especially today and yesterday in particular, and the day before. We've had like 50 people, including the last guest, trying to tell us child abuse isn't bad. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good, thank you.
So, you want to extinction event all the humans?
We want to make sure there's no life, no suffering ever again. Ideally for the entire universe, if we can.
Why would you want to do that?
So that there's no suffering, right? It's not safe for life to exist, so it's not fair, right? Children start getting abused, animals will be tortured, people will be trapped in lives of hell with depression, chronic pain, disability. So it's not fair, right? You wouldn't want to be forced into a life of pure pain, so we shouldn't allow that anymore.
Well, yeah, there's plenty of unfair suffering in the world that's sort of pushed onto you from external things.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
there's a lot
So
of-
we shouldn't allow it, right? We shouldn't allow anyone to be forced into a life of pure hell ever again. It's not fair. It's not acceptable.
Well, that sort of suffering, but there's another sort of suffering where if you put it upon yourself, like if
Yeah,
you
but
work out or
again,
something
unless
to
we do
improve
total
yourself,
extinction,
then that is
you're
something
allowing
good.
all of the terrible suffering, right? So you can't have your cake and eat it.
Well, of course you can.
You can have your cake and eat it. Okay,
Well,
well,
I mean,
continue living in a fantasy then. All right. I mean, look, if you don't understand what having your cake and eat it means, then there's something wrong with you. And to say, yeah, you can have your cake and eat it, that's like saying, yeah, I can be stupid. It's like, yikes. Okay, moving on. We've got lots of people in the queue today. Let's get some more debates going. Hello. Hello? Hello?
I'm sorry, I joined by accident. Can you kick me out?
I suppose so. I'll put you out of your misery. Okay, do we have anybody else? Let's see. Yeah, lots of people in the queue. Let's get the next person straight up. Bringing them on now. Yorku, coming into the extinction zone next. Will they be pro-life? Will they be pro-child abuse? Will they be able to say child abuse is bad? Or will they struggle? Right? Most people struggle. So now, if you want to come up just for a few seconds to say, I'll say it, James, child abuse is bad. Right? Then join the queue. We'll get you up just to say that, right? Because people really struggle to say it. They struggle to accept it's true. And I think more people should come out and say, yeah, animal, child abuse, human abuse, person abuse, cruelty, extreme suffering, it's bad, it's unacceptable. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I kind of agree with you.
Great.
But there is, I'm sure, another reason or another option to stop suffering. And I don't even ask me what that is because I don't know.
So there is no other way to end suffering. The thing is that it's not safe for life to exist, and we're actually in infinite danger. And there is no way to correct that without extinction. So the only way for life to exist with safety would involve omniscience, right? Certainty of safety. So without that, there's always infinite, unlimited danger. You know, you could go into a simulation, but if it's not 100% safe, then you could end up being tortured for millions of years. So most people would do it, right? They would make the wrong decision. They would end up suffering. So we are growing the pro-extinction movement, which is an anti-life, anti-suffering movement. And yeah, working towards a universe with no life and no possibility of life ever again, so that nobody is forced into this world without their consent to end up being trapped in a life of pure pain and pure misery ever again.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I think that we're actually we're gonna do that anyway.
Well, we can't leave it to chance. You can't just leave it to chance, right? You can't just find an excuse.
Yeah.
So we're doing activism, right, to try and make sure that we can provide safety from suffering, right?
Yeah, but do you think we should get rid of all the animals as well, or leave them?
Yeah. Well, if you don't, then they'll just evolve back into humans.
Yeah, I suppose they could. I don't know.
Suffer as well. Animals suffer too, so we should end their suffering.
That's because of us.
No. So most animal suffering is in nature. They kill each other. They're starving to death, eating each other alive. So yeah, most of the suffering in the world is actually just animals in nature.
Yeah, but that's just nature. That's what.
Yeah, but just because it's nature doesn't mean it's okay or less painful, right? So if you're being eaten alive by a human, it's not less painful just because. It's not less painful to be eaten alive by an animal than a human, right?
Yeah, but that's a part of nature. That's
it's not better just because it's nature, right? If humans were eating animals alive, you would say, "Oh, that's wrong." But if animals do it, you're like, the extreme suffering, the screams of pain, now it's perfectly okay. That's stupid.
Yeah, but I mean, how long have we been on this planet?
There is no but. Animals should not be forced to suffer. It's as simple as that.
Well, okay.
Don't try and excuse it. Don't try and defend their suffering.
Not all of them are suffering. Some of them,
So you would only care if all of them are suffering and begging for death.
Well, no,
So if 99% are screaming in pain, you don't care. It's only if all of them do.
All of them.
Yeah. So literally, 99.9% can be getting tortured. You don't give a shit. It's only if it's 100%, then it's like, whoa, real shit. Now I should care. Right?
Well, I kind of came in here to tell you I agree with
Sean,
you.
look, those opinions are just stupid. We're not going to entertain them anymore. The idea that it makes sense to only care if it's 100% of the population being tortured, 99% being tortured,
Hello?
who gives a fuck? That's stupid.
Hello.
Hello.
I love your work.
Thank you.
You're actually the GOAT.
Thank you.
What I would say though is that how on earth do you plan to get so many people to agree to exterminate all life on Earth?
Yeah, so we're doing activism, making videos, but we're also going to be reproducing. We're going to have genetics reproduction programs so that we can produce more extinctionists as well. Potentially trying to outpopulate the rest of the world, replace them with extinction activists.
And what's your ideal method of doing this? Let's say you're at the end game here, and you just
so we shouldn't guess the method. We should determine the method, not guess it. It's not helpful to guess it now.
I see.
But basically, it will be putting people to sleep. I mean, we'll use whatever method we have to, but ideally we'll use the best ones. But look, if we have to shoot them in the back if they're running away, then we'll do it. We'll do whatever it takes to cause extinction, and we'll use the best way that we can, the nicest way that we can. But if we have to use less nice ways, if it's the only way to do it, then we should still be prepared to do it.
I see. Do you plan what if the population's 10 billion and 5 billion don't want to die?
Well, it doesn't matter how many want to live. We should still work towards making sure that there is no life.
What would you say converted you to this belief?
Understanding more and more about suffering and how unacceptable it is, and how worthless life is in comparison to safety from suffering. So if you have to give up life in order to prevent child abuse, extreme torture, extreme lives of pure hell, then it's an extremely worthwhile trade.
But you say it's a worthwhile trade. You're not actually going to get to experience any of this peace.
Yeah, but basically we're in hell, right? So shutting down hell is a good thing. We shouldn't try and keep hell open and, allow the torture to continue just so that we can have fun, right? You're literally talking about having fun in hell instead of shutting hell down. Like, you're basically a demon.
I'm not a demon.
I mean, you are, right? Basically, the humans that want... Look, humans, 99% of humans support animal exploitation, right? They think it's good to abuse animals and to eat them, right? So most humans are effectively demons running hell, running the meat grinder, the torture machines, and saying, yeah, let's watch it. It's fun. It's entertaining. Look at the animals eating each other. Look at them screaming in pain, right? So yeah, that's demonic.
Right. Would you not say you could try help the world rather than just saying...
And what are you doing to help the world?
I'm a vegan.
Veganism causes more suffering.
How?
Because essentially it adds to wild animal suffering. So about 50% of the planet's habitable surface is used for agriculture right now, including animal agriculture. And if the world went vegan, then the forests around the world would double and the wild animal populations would double and they're suffering as well. Whereas, look, you've got 100 billion farmed animals a year, but you have 100 quintillion wild animals a year, right? It dwarfs the farmed animal population. So human enterprise and agriculture, building things, all of this stuff, knocking down forest, it massively reduces wild animal suffering and suffering overall.
Do you believe that animals in nature could hold a similar view to you?
Well, we know that they suffer in an unacceptable way.
Well, we know that they suffer, but in their own minds, like, I don't think there's any...
You're looking for excuses to let them suffer, right?
Well, I'm not.
It sounds like it. You're saying, well, they don't know they're suffering, so maybe we can get away with letting them suffer, right?
What are we getting away with? Like, we're
not being bothered to help, right? Being a lazy vegan.
You say not being bothered to help, but your solution is to just kill everyone.
I answered your question.
Well, I don't know. Your ideology seems a bit flawed.
So you think killing is bad, but you think animals killing each other is good, and you think my ideology is flawed.
It's part of nature.
So if an animal eats a baby alive, a human alive, you would say that's just a part of nature. Who gives a shit about the baby?
No, because obviously we're going to have more invested interest in our own species.
So you're promoting being discriminating against other species.
Well, like.
So do you not see that you're a selfish piece of shit that discriminates against animals and says, who gives a shit? Yeah, it's a different species. We shouldn't care about them. Let them suffer. Yeah, the suffering is horrific and unacceptable, but it's nature, so fuck them, basically. Look, it's just any excuse to not care. That's what these people are looking for. We're trying to say, be a good person. Stop being a selfish piece of shit. And they're like... I don't want to, right? Animals are a different species. Look, this is a fucking vegan saying they're a different species. Who gives a fuck about them? Someone should... I should have called him out on that at the time, so we should clip it. But that is another vegan that with Rowan... it's insane how many vegans come up here and say, who cares about animals? It's just... It blows my mind, right? Hello, how you doing?
Can you hear me? I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I just wanted to ask, why are you so certain that this extinctionist ideology would be genetically passed down?
Yeah, because it's based on genetic base capability for intelligence and rationality. So it's based on brain structure, essentially.
But that doesn't play out in reality.
It does.
Lots of ideologies are not passed down genetically.
Well, you see...
No, it doesn't. There are people who are
you're not letting
and
me
their
finish.
offspring are atheists and
Yeah, so that's different. You see, those are all humanity 1.0 ideologies. This is a 2.0 ideology, right? This is the next level of, next stage of human evolution, basically. So you can't compare it. And you can
So,
say, well, James, what are
how
you
would you
talking about? The
differentiate
next.
between like an intelligence?
Sorry, go ahead.
My service is really bad.
Yeah.
How can you differentiate between this being like intelligence versus it being like a mental illness, quote unquote?
Between what being a mental illness exactly? Extinctionism.
Between being an extinctionist because you're intelligent versus being an extinctionist because you are depressed.
Yeah, people don't join extinctionism for depression, right? That's people with depression become ethilists or antinatalists. They're people with compassion and love for all life and wanting to actually take action and help. They become extinctionists. So extinctionists are really only empathetic and rational.
Okay, I think you've answered my question. Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks. And look, a lot of people say, how can you prove that extinctionists are more intelligent? And it's actually not difficult at all, right? We can do it very easily. And you can see it through the conversations and the debates, right? So extinctionists have higher capacity for rationality. And what this means is that we are more capable of thinking for ourselves and answering questions by thinking about it. So most people are not actually able to answer many of these questions for themselves. They're not able to think about it for themselves. So that's one of the main differences. And part of it manifests in, you'll see with the debates that they dodge questions, they change subject, they're not able to answer the questions. And that's because they're not actually thinking things through. They're operating on an animalistic, emotional sort of system instead of using like logic and intelligence. So, essentially they are dominated by survival instinct and irrationality, and they can't control it. And we can prove it, right? So we can prove very easily that extinctionists are scientifically, demonstrably more rational. For example, right? We can ask questions to people and we can show that, they answer a completely different question. And if we really wanted to, I could absolutely dive into all of the technical and scientific details. I could go into, very elaborate detail on this and very minute detail. But, the thing is that it might not help, right? That might not actually be helpful. Hello, how are you doing?
Good, sir. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple good faith questions here, and I'm hoping you'll entertain them. So I mean, I agree with part of your prompt. I think stopping all suffering is the ideal. So my question to you would be, what's the threshold breaker? Is it okay if one person's grandma stubs their toe, or if that is the case, should we still let and say by some other future scientific development we could end all animal suffering, and we could just provide for all animals? Like, what's the threshold breaker for you?
Yeah, so it's a zero tolerance policy. So we don't have a threshold where we say bit of child abuse, yeah, that's within the threshold, allow it.
Well, I'm not saying child abuse.
Just
Of
as an
course, like
example,
child abuse is bad.
just as an example. So yeah, we have an absolute zero tolerance policy, and unless you do that, then you end up having infinite acceptance of suffering. Right? You can fantasize and say, oh yeah, it's going to be a stubbed toe, for billions of people to have happiness for billions of years, but that's not going to happen. That's not realistic. So in the real world, you have to have a zero tolerance policy on cruelty. You can't allow cruelty. You can't allow people to be forced to suffer. It's not right.
So can I ask another question?
Yeah.
You believe in abiogenesis, right? Like,
yeah.
So you would agree that preventing life just at scale, even just on Earth. It's an unimaginably difficult problem because even in laboratory settings, we try to do this. We find that life emerges even amidst toxic chemicals and all these things, right?
Yeah, it's really not that difficult, but yeah, we should look into ways to do it, and we're pretty confident that we will be able to.
Well, I mean, life emerges in the most hostile. Basically, I guess, in order to grant that it's possible, I would have to.
Life doesn't actually always come out in the most hostile environments. That's not true at all. Like, that's a complete falsehood.
Well, and when you look at like on Earth, you have like hundreds of degrees C vents in these
Yeah,
very
on
dense,
Earth,
unbalanced
but
environments.
yeah, Earth
Right.
specifically, but
But
it's not all of Earth. But yeah, look, we should find ways to do it, and we know that, like, for example, the more complex creatures probably suffer even more. So we can start with them and work our way up.
So I guess you would agree, though, that it would be a difficult problem, at least.
We don't think it'll be that difficult, no.
And so you're familiar with the mega virus or the turbo virus, or whatever theory, right? Which is basically about antibiotics and disinfectants that when they're applied, life immediately reacts by forming these immunized, hyper resilient forms.
Yeah, but that's you're looking at like microorganisms. It's different.
Right, but still, like if if we're going with abiogenesis, that's like how all life started. So even if we found a way, say we left one microorganism in the ocean, we turned it to a pH of 3, wiped out all terrestrial life, even in that case.
Well, you're assuming that we would just leave things to chance and just be like, okay, yeah, that's it. We're going out now. Good luck, universe. See you later. Right, you're on your own now. No, so it's not going to go down like that. We can have AI and robots or other systems that can continue to monitor things. And you're also saying that we should give up before we even try. So that doesn't make sense either. We should absolutely leave these decisions and determinations to the science and not to just guesswork.
Okay, so I have another question. I think another guest asked it, but when, like, say, how many years ago did you come to this position ideologically?
Well, I joined the movement 13 months ago.
Okay, so before that, in your life, you probably had some bad experiences, right?
I think everyone has.
And you probably had some good experiences.
Yep.
And at that point in your life, I mean, I understand this position entails like some reasoning and some logic behind it. But what would you say to someone then who was like, oh, well, you had a negative experience, maybe, you got a bad grade or you fell on your bike or you were beat up or something like this, that like you should unalive your entire family, right? Like this is like the entailment of the position to the average person.
Yeah, I mean, look, people misinterpret things all the time, whether it's from our videos or other people's videos. So that's something that's just unavoidable in that sense. But hopefully, people will listen and actually, take in the full message and hear that we only advocate for peaceful activism.
Well, okay, so sure, so consensual, peaceful activism, and let's say we grant that everybody in the world gets on board with it, and the end goal is to stop all suffering. My contention still is with the first half of the prompt, which is that if we I don't grant that it's an easy problem, even with AI and robots and
Yeah,
all these things.
we're not worried about people not consenting, right? So even if a majority disagrees with extinction, we'll still do it anyway.
Okay, so that was a misunderstanding on my part. But so even in that case, it seems like in my view, I think that what it comes down to is comparing the difficulty of two problems, either the difficulty of forceful total extinction or the difficulty of using some similar means of inconceivable technology to systematically end suffering without the forceful extinction component.
Well, this is the highest level of safety, right? So if you're going for an alternative, then you're essentially saying we don't care about safety. You know, if people suffer, who cares, basically. So we have to have the highest standards and respect for life. We shouldn't give it partial safety. We should give it complete safety. We shouldn't risk, you know, animals and children being forced into extreme cruelty and suffering terribly. We should give them complete safety, not partial safety. And only extinction can do that. The alternative would require omniscience. Without certainty of safety and being all-knowing to be able to provide that, then there's infinite danger. So even in a simulation, you could go into it, but if it's not fully safe, you could end up everybody could end up, you know, getting tortured for millions of years. So that's what people currently have in their heads, that they don't care if it's dangerous, they don't care if they suffer or if anyone else suffers. So we can't allow that mentality of being irresponsible, not caring about safety, not caring if anyone suffers. We have to provide complete safety and at all cost, right? To prioritize safety.
Right. I agree there's always a risk, but that was sort of back to my original question. I think we're probably going to just have to agree to disagree. We're going in circles. Like, it's about the threshold breaker, right? You know, it's about if the suffering we're referring to, you know, is that grandma trips on the stairs.
And so do you think that's a realistic scenario? Do you think that actually applies to this conversation or real life? Do you think there will ever be a scenario where we have to choose between a grandma stubbing her toe and billions of lives?
Yes. And in the condition.
Do you think that's actually going to happen at some point?
In the condition.
Do you think that's really going to happen? You think we're going to have to choose between a grandma stubbing her toe and billions of happy lives? You think that's actually going to happen?
Well, let me explain my position.
I just want you to answer that question first.
Yes, that's my position.
Do you think do you believe in the flying spaghetti monsters? What other crazy stuff are you certain is going to happen?
Well, I think it's equally probable to develop a system that would be able to ensure.
So what has convinced you that, did you read about it in a book, or is it a prophecy that somebody said that at some point we will have to choose between somebody's grandma, a specific grandma, stubbing their toe and billions of happy lives? What are you smoking? What drugs do you on?
Well, you're not letting me finish. So what I'm saying
I'm asking you a question. I'm letting you finish. I've just asked you a question. So don't say you're not letting me finish. I finished and then you reply.
Okay, so I can't assure that with any greater degree of certainty.
Okay, this guy has gone off the deep end. Right, we're going to move on. We have squeezed that orange for all of its juice, basically. This happens a lot, unfortunately, where the longer the conversation goes on, the more their brain just spirals into the drain. And essentially it's like a brain fog, right? So the more their brain resists the logic of extinction. Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, I have a few questions. So I think I kind of agree with one half of your ideology, but there's another half that I would like you to help me understand. So you said you have a zero tolerance policy to suffering.
Yeah.
But if we take it to the other side, and let's say 99.9% of people are suffering, but there's one person or like 1% of the population who isn't, ending their life, isn't that an act of suffering on them?
Yeah, but it's not any significant suffering. Look, an entire life of suffering is nothing compared to 60 seconds of suffering that extinction is going to cause, and it protects the next generation from being forced to exist and suffer. So look, the idea that 60 seconds or whatever it takes to go extinct or to receive the extinction as an individual, it's nothing compared to an entire life of suffering, and it's not going to cause more suffering than what it prevents for you personally as well, right? Again, 60 seconds of morphine or being put to sleep is nothing compared to being tortured or, having chronic pain, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but doesn't that technically mean you don't have a zero tolerance policy then?
We have a zero tolerance policy on suffering, which is unnecessary, basically.
And how do we decipher what is necessary and unnecessary? Who decides that?
So
Is it you?
suffering is only necessary for prevention of suffering, right? It's never necessary for anything else.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. That kind of answers that question. And my next question is, if someone is experiencing something that they personally don't perceive as suffering, but you do, or a lot of people do, how do you like reconcile that?
We don't care, right? But you have to have a complete non-discriminatory. We don't pick and choose like you're asking us to do, right? No life, no suffering, nothing, right? Don't overcomplicate it.
No, I don't really think it's picking and choosing to me, because like there have been people who I've observed who their life, I would never want to experience that because I think they're suffering. But if I ask,
if somebody has a great life, right? If that's what you're asking, it's worthless compared to preventing other people's suffering.
okay, all right, I guess those are all my questions then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, the more you understand how extreme and terrible suffering can be, the more you realize that life is essentially worthless, right? It doesn't need to exist. And yeah, if you had to take somebody's life in order to prevent somebody else from being tortured for their entire life, it's the right thing to do. Absolutely. 100%. And only somebody obsessed with life and addicted to the pleasure of it would say otherwise and say, yeah, torture them. Hello, how you doing? Mr.
Hey man,
Zen.
can you hear me?
Yes, how you doing? Do you have any questions?
So, giving it some second thought. Well, I mean, it's not even a second thought. I've always been this way. I'm a fucking anarchist, and as far as I'm concerned, we need to burn the whole damn thing down to the ground.
Yeah, we don't want to burn it. We don't want to watch it burn. We want to intelligently and compassionately provide safety.
And you just think full on extinction. I mean, why not just leave the animals alone and just get rid of
Because they
humanity?
suffer as well. Animals don't deserve to suffer.
Humans don't deserve to live, though.
Yeah, nobody should suffer.
Okay. All right. I mean, full reset, I guess. I just don't know how we get there. I think that we can get rid of humans. We can absolutely get rid of all fucking humans.
Well, yeah, but again, you would leave animals to suffer, right? So that's discrimination. We have to care about animals just as much as we care about humans. All right, thank you, Mr. Zen, for coming up. All right, moving on. Let's see, who else? We have lots of people in the queue. So I'm going to start at the bottom, and I'm going to join up like the first 3 or 4, because usually the bottom of the queue is a bit mid, thing is, it's full of ghosts. People join the queue and then leave, but they don't leave the queue. So I'm going to have to invite like 10 people up before we get someone. Okay, there we go. Hello.
Oh no, they circle.
I love you, James.
Thank you.
I love your lives and I love your content.
Thank you.
You're my idol, James.
Yeah, let's go extinct together.
You're a very intelligent man. I love you.
Thank you, Luke. Yeah, I love you too.
Goodbye.
And I love everyone else, right? Extinctionists are benevolent, so we love you, we love the person sat next to you, we love everyone, and we love all species, all animals, everything. That's what we should do, right? We should love everyone. We should be benevolent, yeah. Look, Miles is laughing about it in the chat, but it is true. Extinctionists are benevolent. Hello, how you doing?
Do you not think you're a bit mentally ill? No.
Do you not think you're mentally ill if you think child abuse is okay?
That's not good.
Yeah,
Your
child
reasoning
abuse is
terribly illogical.
Do you agree that child abuse is bad?
Yes, but like not to like kill everyone. That's a bit Hitler.
So should we make child abuse? Should we make child abuse impossible?
Look, young lad, I think you're.
It's just a question. It's just a yes or no question.
Young lad, I think you're heading to the fucking
Just a yes or no question.
mental hospital. I really do.
That's strike
I feel really
strike
bad for
two.
you.
So, do you think we should make extreme suffering impossible? Do you care if anybody suffers?
You're like using like.
You're dodging every question
Take your
here.
time.
Let's see if you can answer at least one question. Right. So let me try and think of a question that you might be able to answer without dodging it. Is suffering bad? Okay, you can't answer any questions, I guess. Yeah, look, people really struggle to answer questions. And the thing is that this is a direct result of irrationality. So the less able you are to answer questions, the more you dodge questions. This is direct proof, evidence of irrationality. Hello, how you doing?
I'm well, and you, James?
Good, thank you.
That's great. Interesting prompt. Forceful total extinction is needed to stop all suffering. So our movement is working to achieve this. Discord. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your movement?
Yeah, so we are made up of peaceful activists who don't support suffering anymore, right? So we don't allow extreme suffering. We find it to be unacceptable. And we think that we should make sure that there is no extreme suffering, right? That it does outweigh everything else. It's not acceptable, and it can't be made acceptable either. So most people think that as long as there's loads of people having happy lives, then it doesn't matter if anybody has a bad life. But this is really cruel, it's unfair, and it's not right, it's not ethical. So we have to protect those who would be made to suffer, and total extinction is the only way to do it. Unless we do this, until we do total extinction, animals will continue to be forced into extreme suffering. Children will be forced into extreme suffering. They'll be murdered. People will be forced into life with disability, chronic pain, brain damage, all sorts of terrible things. You know, pedophiles will continue to murder children. So
Right.
it's not fair. Nothing is really making up for this, and it's just not right.
So your objective is for humans to basically not exist anymore, for a complete extinction, and everybody should be on board with self-eradication.
No, it's very far from that. So we are working towards a fair extinction, and that means making it, as fair as possible. So we have to do animals first, help those who can't help themselves, and we have to do total prevention as well. So we have to consider future life, right? If we rush the extinction, then we're discriminating against future life. If we only do human extinction, we're discriminating against animals. If we only do Earth extinction, we're discriminating against aliens. So we need active solutions. We need humanity to become a powerful force for good, and basically to work towards sterilizing the entire universe, making sure there is no life, no possibility of life ever again. So we're the only ones that can help other life, basically. So we should help them before we help ourselves.
So my question was going to be the modality of which you see this mass extinction taking place. So you are an advocate for mass sterilization. So sterilization. No?
So the plan is to grow the movement with peaceful activism until we have enough people to take over the world, to start to run it ethically, which needs to happen anyway. It's being run by warlords and dictators.
Right.
Then we start doing animal extinction, and we start researching the most vast and thorough extinction physically possible. So that has to be determined with science. What is the best extinction we can do? How much of the world can we make safe? And how safe can we make it?
I'm so confused. I'm really sorry. So you want extinction or a safe world? I'm confused.
But it's the same thing. So to make it impossible for life to exist is to make it safe, right? Because the alternative forces life into infinite danger, unsafe conditions. So allowing life to just suffer and rot in terrible conditions, that's not right, it's not fair. And to make it safe, you have to make it so that life isn't forced into cruel conditions, which is what nature does effectively. So nature is the problem. And yeah, we won't really be using sterilization for individuals. But you can sterilize like the environment basically. But for individuals, we would be using euthanasia. It will be mandatory. It won't be optional. There'll be no choice. And yeah, probably like, putting them to sleep or something like that.
Okay, so
Sterilizing them only helps the next generation. So if you sterilize them, it doesn't help those that are begging for death or about to become begging for death. So euthanasia protects them from suffering as well as the next generation.
okay, so it would be you. So what's the outline here? Like in conclusion, the objective would be euthanasia for humans.
The objective is the most vast and thorough extinction possible, basically.
Using by the means of euthanasia.
Well, science, right? So euthanasia will be used to remove the life, but then we also have to prevent life from coming back as well. Study how life develops, how to prevent it from developing.
Well, that's playing God a bit, don't you think?
Well, when it comes to providing safety from suffering, we should do whatever it takes.
Okay, but then the only thing I'm going to say, this has been very interesting. I've never had a conversation like this, so thank you. All I'm going to say is, don't you find it a bit presumptuous to believe that you are in a position, or this group that you are a part of are in a position to sort of prevent or preemptively try and eliminate all suffering from planet Earth?
No, we're all in a position to do it. So everyone is in position to do it. You don't need authority to try and do the right thing. You've got, people trying to grow religious movements. We're growing our movement, right? People can do whatever they want, right?
The right thing. Well, now when you say the right thing, that's a moral and ethical question.
Yeah.
You're calling
And not allowing cruelty is the right thing to do.
Well, that's so. I understand your point, but you have to understand also that the right thing is subjective in nature. What you feel isn't the right thing.
Yeah, but look, you can say, objective this, objective truth. Look, do you agree child abuse is bad? Or are you going to say, no, we can't prove it. You need proof that child abuse is bad. Right? So extreme suffering, lives of pure hell are not acceptable in the same way that child abuse is not something you can just accept, right? And say, it's fine.
Well, of course it's not acceptable, but
you can't there is no but. You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't say it's unacceptable, but I accept it. You either do find it acceptable under certain conditions, or nothing else.
Well, so here's what I will say. Of course I don't find child abuse acceptable in any way, shape, or form.
But there's a big but coming. But I do find it acceptable as
I
long
was going
as
to say, however. No. I would never find it acceptable.
That's just a synonym.
No. So child abuse is unacceptable.
But
what I want, no, I didn't say
however,
but.
Despite
that.
No. In spite of this.
No. Period. Child abuse is unacceptable. Period. I would like to tell you that there is suffering in the world. The question of life begs the sort of...
The question is, can we make child abuse acceptable?
No, that's not the question. You're trying to eradicate... No,
I'm saying that you shouldn't accept it. You clearly do not find it completely unacceptable, right?
I just would like... I don't
do
find
think it's acceptable under certain
conditions. Of course
conditions.
not.
You do. You do. This is the truth. The truth is that you do find child abuse acceptable.
I don't.
Under certain conditions. You do, right?
I don't.
Well, then why won't you support total extinction?
Because I think that I am not in a position to believe that the solution
to child abuse is not unacceptable.
Okay, so I'm not in a position. Of course,
everyone's in a position. Everyone is in a position to use their brains.
You don't even know what I was going to say.
And to think. Everyone is in position to think for themselves.
So I used to do, just so you know, I used to do volunteer work with abused children in my teens and early 20s, I understand how egregious people act.
So don't you think
I
we should
understand.
stop these kids being forced
Of
into that suffering?
course, but I am not in a
But, so there is a
position.
but. Did you all hear? It was
No,
quiet, but there was a but there. Of course, but.
I am not in a position to remove everything beautiful and wonderful that life provides for humans
So
and
as
for
long as
animals.
someone's happy, it doesn't matter if children get abused.
I never said that. I
That's
think
what
it's
you're implying. That's what you're
so.
implying. You're saying we can't take away the happiness as as long as even if children get raped.
Well, but here's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
so
am not
child
in a
abuse is
position.
acceptable as long as there's joy and happiness.
I am not in a position
Just
to
just
make.
admit it. Just admit it.
No,
Child
I'm
abuse
not
is
admitting.
acceptable as long as there's joy and happiness.
Did you not hear me when I said I used to volunteer with abused children? I think
But you
it's
won't say
egregious.
but you won't say their abuse is unacceptable.
Of course, it's unacceptable. I've
But
said that
you're
numerous
you're not
times.
being honest. You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't say it's unacceptable. Of course, it's unacceptable, but I accept it. Right? That's the reality. Right? That's the translation of their position. Yeah, it's unacceptable, but I accept it. Right? But we can't get rid of it. So it is acceptable, right? As long as there's happiness, as long as there's joy, then suddenly child abuse acceptable, right? That is the reality, right? You can say I'm exaggerating or you're twisting their words. No, this is the truth, okay? This is the reality. As long as someone's happy, then they accept child abuse, right? When they say child abuse, of course that's unacceptable. Right? How many times did she try and say but, unacceptable but, and then she was like, no, okay, I'm not going to say but, I'm going to say however. It's the same thing, right? So accept it. Deal with your own thoughts, right? Accept the reality of your own thoughts. You do accept child abuse as long as someone's happy. That's what she said, right? So by that logic, even if the only happy person in that situation is the child abuser raping the child, then we can't prevent that child abuse because there's happiness and joy, right? So, yeah, look, you can say, wow, James is really strawmanning here, but I'm not. I'm actually not, right? She is supporting child abuse so that others can have happiness and joy, right? We were talking about this like an hour ago on the stream, right? And saying, yeah, if you support happiness and joy existing at all costs, then you are supporting child abuse. And people will say, well, no, but they don't want to admit the truth, right? So I'm saying this is the reality of what you're saying. If you're saying life should exist no matter what, then yeah, you are supporting child abuse. And they just don't want to accept that fact. They want to have their cake and eat it. They want to support life and say, I don't support child abuse. I support life existing, and I don't support child abuse, right? These people want to say, I support life existing, but I don't support any of the suffering that happens, right? I'll put all of that life into danger and then say, I don't support any of the danger that they're in, right? So, yeah, a paedophile wants to have a kid. Here you go, have a child. Yeah, I support life existing, but I don't support the resulting child abuse. I'll enable it, I'll support it, I'll allow it, and I'll say we should never ban that. We shouldn't make child abuse impossible, but I don't support child abuse. Yeah, I support everything that allows it. I support everything. And I will say, do not make child abuse impossible. But I don't support child abuse. I'm just supporting everything that causes it and saying we shouldn't stop it. But I don't support child abuse. You want to have your cake and eat it, right? You either say no suffering is acceptable, or you say, and no life is therefore acceptable, or you say, yeah, I support life and all the suffering and the child abuse. Just be honest.
Yep.
Say that you support the child abuse. Hello.
Okay, so you said that you want all life gone.
Yeah, to be safe from suffering.
Okay, so does that mean like aliens, like the life we don't know yet about?
Includes that as well, yeah.
So, do you want to search the whole universe for them?
I mean, I don't know if we have to search it exactly, or if there's a better way to do it than searching it. But yeah, we should try and do as much prevention of suffering as possible.
No, I mean, you earlier said that you want all life gone in previous,
Yeah,
when you
that's
talk
what I'm
with
saying.
previous
We
people.
should do as
So
much
you
as we
can,
can.
okay, so you can't just say how much that you can. You need to say that you want all life gone. So in order to reach that, you need to search all of the planets and all of the universe for
No,
life.
you don't actually have to search necessarily, right? That's not strictly necessary.
Okay, do you think all the fucking animals, for example, on Earth, do you think they will come looking for us?
No, I'm saying that you don't have to use a magnifying glass to achieve other things. Okay, Rudy, thanks for that, massively intelligent contribution. You've really pushed the entire debate forward just to the next level.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Hello, I'm good. So I wanted to talk a bit about your child abuse stance. And I was abused as a child from 6 to 10. And I've been having therapy since I was 12, and I'm 18 now. And I know that you think that obviously child abusers should be stopped.
So you think child abuse is good?
No. I hate child abuse. More than it feels like more than anyone. I hate child abuse. No, but I don't think that we should all stop existing because bad things happen.
We should
because of the
make child
help
abuse
I've had,
impossible.
I'm so happy now. I've had the chance to redeem myself, become
So what
happy,
about
made
other
loads
children?
of friends,
So you
and
don't care
be
about others?
loved. If
It's
I
all
stopped
about you.
existing,
It's
which
all
is what
about
you
you.
wanted.
It's all about you. You don't care about anyone else.
No, but people. If
It's all
you go,
about you,
if
and you
people
don't
suffer
care
and they get over it and they get
about
the
any-
help and support they need, they can be happy
Every
and
time.
live a
Every
lovely
time.
life as a
Every
human
time.
being.
So you don't care if that ever goes wrong?
If that ever goes wrong, as if people don't have the help that they need.
So you don't care if that happens?
I care if that happens.
But
In
you
an
allow it.
ideal
But
world,
you allow
that
it.
would
But you
never
allow it.
happen, and human
But you-
beings could be peaceful. But removing the existence of human beings takes away the chance for anyone to ever be happy.
Right, including
And it means
child
that no
abusers.
one-
Including child abusers.
No.
Yes.
I don't think people.
You don't think total extinction prevents child abuse?
Well, it prevents everything for humans. Yeah, it does.
You're not making
So
sense.
it does prevent child abuse.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So
it
we should
also-
we should prevent child abuse.
Do you know what also
Like,
prevents child abuse?
Look,
The
what
government
you've
act.
done, all you've done is come up and encourage child abuse, right? So I asked her, do you think child abuse is good then? And she lied, right? She obviously does think it's good. She's coming up here, supporting child abuse, encouraging it, saying it's good for you, right? All of the children that get abused, it actually makes them grow. So look, these people, look, lots of people said, James, you can't talk to her like that. She's a child abuse survivor. Fuck her, right? She's literally encouraging people to abuse children, right? She's saying child abuse is good for you. Any child that doesn't benefit from child abuse, fuck them. They don't exist. I don't even want to hear about them, right? That's basically what she said. So she was encouraging child abuse, supporting it, saying who cares if it happens, it's good for you. And anyone who doesn't benefit from child abuse, we just shouldn't care about them. So this is a disgusting mentality, and we shouldn't allow people to promote child abuse just because it happened to them. And, that's actually a common thing, that those that do get abused as children go on to abuse others. So it's not that surprising that she was doing the same thing, right? She probably had Stockholm syndrome. She probably has some sort of emotional attachment to her abuser to where she can't blame them. So now she has to defend child abuse and encourage it on the internet. Right, look, you shouldn't defend cruelty, right? It's like saying, you know what? I knew a slave, but his master was really nice to him, so why should we ban slavery? It's
Hello.
the same thing. Hello.
Hi, I'm back again. So the main thing I want to debate is how I don't think you actually have a zero tolerance policy. I think you're prioritizing which suffering is worse than the other, and if that's your position, that's fine. But you don't.
We
really
should
have a
work
zero
towards a
tolerance
world with no
policy.
suffering.
No, I understand that, but you said that your forceful total extinction has a zero tolerance policy to suffering, right?
It results in a zero tolerance policy on suffering, yeah.
Okay, it results to, but the movement in and of itself, the carrying out of the movement isn't a zero tolerance policy.
Do you think it's even physically possible to not cause any suffering doing anything, like even breathing, basically?
No, maybe I just misunderstood your position. I thought you were saying that it's a zero tolerance policy to suffering.
Yeah, not to the point of stupidity, though, right? Not to the point where we won't even stand outside in case we step on an insect.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to understand that. So it is kind of subjective what the suffering that you're allowing is dependent on you.
If we have to
but
torture
okay.
people for extinction, we'll do it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Yeah, look, the end of all suffering is not something that can just be, messed about with or take it or leave it. It has to happen, right? It demands happening, right? It demands whatever it takes to carry it out, to achieve it, right? We cannot allow torture and lives of pure hell anymore. We can't allow people to be forced into a life that they didn't ask for and to then be tortured and begging for death every second of every day. It's not acceptable, right? People are really happy to condemn children and animals to just be tortured, thinking that their life, that their happiness makes up for or is more important than a child being abused, right? It's a disgusting mentality that even many of the victims also share. Right? They, instead of survivor guilt, they've got like survivor euphoria, like that other girl, right? Where it's like, oh, everyone should get abused as a kid. It's really good for you. It's like, so victims are not automatically correct about everything, right? Lots of slaves promoted slavery and lots of child abuse victims promote child abuse like she did. Okay, moving on. Look, you can say, James, she wasn't promoting child abuse, but she was defending the hell out of it, saying, oh, it's really good for you, right? You go on to have a great life. No, making excuses for it, right? Absolutely. So, no, we shouldn't make excuses for it. Hello, how you doing?
Friends.
Yeah, hello.
Do you have any friends? Any, family?
Yeah.
Or are you always online?
No, I'm not always online.
Your viewpoint is completely and utterly nuts.
Well,
And
don't you think allowing suffering is
you don't let your
nuts?
guests talk at all. You just talk over them all the time.
Well, look, if they're going to promote child abuse, yeah, I'm going to shut them down. I'm going to kick them out. I'm going to talk over them.
What happened in your life to make you like this?
Learning about how extreme and terrible the suffering of others is. Education, right, leads to more compassion. Education leads to compassion, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know. You need
So no logic detected, no counter argument detected. You can't tell me why extinction is bad. You have no argument. You have no argument, right? Just accept it. You're not intelligent enough to come into this arena and tell us what's right and wrong, right? You're just depressed. That's not an argument, right? That's the absence of an argument, right? That's because you're not intelligent enough to decide whether extinction is right or wrong. You're just assuming that it is wrong, right? Instead of thinking about it, you're basically refusing to think about it and making the assumption that extinction is wrong. Now, a lot of people do this. In fact, humans have actually evolved to do it specifically. So it's expected behavior. It's normal behavior for humans. It's perfectly expected behavior. Okay, let's see. We've got lots of people in the queue. We've got Bitcoin in the queue. That should be interesting. Let's see who else. We've got 18 guest requests. That's quite a lot. All right, let's start spam accepting. Let's get someone up. Okay, we've got Spitfire Vulcan joining us. Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to know if your friends and family talk to you still.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a massive level of arrogance and a diswillingness to listen to other people's
Who
views.
cares? What does it matter?
Because people are coming in sharing their thoughts and experiences, and you're just every time talking
Yeah, I
over
don't
them.
care about
No,
someone's
see-
thoughts and experience. Look, if someone's going to say, I was abused as a child, and I've had a great life, so I don't think we should make child abuse impossible. Then I'm going to say, fuck you, don't encourage child abuse, and fuck off. Yeah, so how can you not be more respectful to these people encouraging child abuse and defending it? Well, maybe you would be really respectful to them as they literally encourage child abuse and not banning it. But I struggle to do that, right? If someone's going to come up and say child abuse is good for you, I'm gonna get angry. Hello, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So I just want to understand like your position. You think everybody needs to like die to make everything better?
Not to make everything better, right? But to make everything safe from suffering, right? So we shouldn't allow suffering, cruelty, lives of pure hell, forcing anyone into extreme suffering. So total extinction is the only way to do that, right? It's not fair for life to exist. Lots of people don't want to live. They didn't want to be born. Lots of animals and people are being abused to death. So it's not fair. It's not right.
Okay. All right. I mean, like, I think there's a few people who disagree, but I think there's
lots of selfish people that disagree with
I know.
ending suffering, right? But we don't care. We don't care how many. Even if everyone
Yeah.
disagrees with it, we're not going to say, "Oh, well, the majority thinks this way, so I should think that way too." Right? We're not going to accept cruelty, even if it's from the majority.
Sure. I think what my thought is that I know the human condition kind of sucks, but I do think that I think there's a lot of good people out there that want to try to fix it. You know what I mean?
But we shouldn't allow suffering just because of that.
I hear you, man. Well, hey, have a great day, okay?
You too. Thank you. All right. Yeah, we should get some more good conversations like that. And those who want to come up and extol the virtues of child abuse and how, we shouldn't care about those that don't benefit from it. Let's have less of that, right? Okay, we have a massive number of people in the queue trying to debate. So we're going to try and get through everyone. Look, if you are in the queue, we will try and get to you. And yeah, saying your name in the chat, saying let me in, will get you in quicker. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
So, how are we going to do this?
With activism,
Explain,
we're growing the movement.
Yeah, but you're going to be the last one, or you're going to start doing it yourself with you and your family?
So we have to focus on animals first, right? So human extinction is a long time in the future.
But you're going to start, well, why not together, like to make it faster? We're trying to avoid suffering.
Yeah,
right?
because only humans can help other life. So if we allow human extinction, then we're risking failing to do animal extinction.
But you need all the humans? Like, you think you're going to be united with your cause?
Yeah.
All humans are going to be united. You have a lot of people that don't agree with you right now.
No. So we're not relying on all agreement, right? So even if only 1% agree, we'll still do it, right?
So it's like a final solution, right?
No, that's what Hitler did.
Well, you're promoting kind of the same, but for everybody, right?
Okay, so you're not able to engage on the topic properly. Instead of explaining why extinction is bad, he was like, oh, so it's like Nazis, basically. No logic detected, right? All of these people are just looking for a way to avoid directly engaging with the topic because they can't. Hello, how you doing?
Good, thank you. So what I'm getting from your view is that you currently seek that everyone on Earth, including animals and genuine life, need to be removed, correct?
Yeah.
Right, so if I were to say we as humans, we have killed every single being on the planet and we have to permanently exterminate ourselves, what's to say that last person on the trigger will end up pulling it on themselves?
Well, we don't necessarily know that there's going to be like one last person. Right? What if everyone goes all at once or something for the very last part?
The problem is, though, how are you going? Like, you'd have to solve the genuine
that doesn't
suffering.
sound like a massive obstacle, to be honest. That sounds like a really small, insignificant obstacle.
Yeah, I can understand that to some degree, but the problem is you're causing suffering in general, and that suffering.
More than it prevents?
I'd say so, yes, because.
So 60 seconds of euthanasia and going to sleep, that's more suffering than billions of years of extreme cruelty.
Yeah, the problem is with that.
Yeah. So, okay, well, then you're finished. You're done. You're finished. You're out of here. He said yes, right? So if you're going to come up here and say that 60 seconds of gas putting you to sleep is more suffering than billions of years of just countless animals being eaten alive and countless people being tortured, then guess what? There's something extremely wrong with your brain, right? Your mathematics ability is minus infinity. It's minus level 1 billion, right? It's your mathematics, your basic skills and logic are just zero, right? Less than zero. If you really think extinction would cause more suffering than it prevents, then you've basically got like brain damage, right? You'd have to have extreme brain damage. Okay, moving on. We've got lots more people coming up. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So I guess I'll outright. I'll challenge the premise of the claim to the extent that is suffering something that should be minimized.
Well, it shouldn't be allowed, basically. Yeah.
Well, okay, it shouldn't be allowed, but should it then be actively sought to be minimized? I think.
Sounds like you've got a bit of philosophy brain rot going on. Why don't you just come out and ask the question instead of rotting through philosophy brain rot?
Well, yeah, I would say suffering to an extent of conscious perception is a useful tool.
Okay, but only for the lucky ones, right? For the unlucky ones, it's not useful. It just ends up torturing them.
No, but I would say that there's modes of suffering that people subject themselves to throughout.
Okay, but is that the only type of suffering?
No, absolutely not.
So why are you narrowing it down like that? Why are you excluding other types of suffering?
So yeah, there's interpersonal, and then there's.
So look, we're saying we should end all suffering, and you're saying, well, there's this little type of suffering, here that's not that bad. So do you really think that really counters all of the other suffering?
Oh yeah, you could sit and categorize it, but I would sit back and say that within nature, and within conscious molecules, or not even molecules, conscious observation, like a rock won't be able to perceive suffering, correct? We could both kind of agree on
Are you smoking philosophy at this point? Have you rolled up Nietzsche's book and started smoking it or something? What are you talking about? Conscious molecules?
Well, not necessarily. Again, yeah, I didn't want to throw it at that, but a rock wouldn't be able to observe suffering. Humans, because of the conscious.
Look, this is what we mean when we say that philosophy is bad for you. It will rot your brain, right? The guy is talking about rocks and conscious molecules observing suffering, right? So, I'm not joking. If you're reading some sort of philosophy right now, put it down, throw it in the bin. Philosophy is genuinely bad for you. It will rot your brain. You will just start saying complete nonsense. You won't be able to communicate. You won't be able to think normally, right? That's the worst part about philosophy, is that it literally will prevent you from thinking normally. And you only have to watch my stream enough to see what philosophy has done to these people, right? They cannot hold a normal conversation. They cannot think normally. They cannot talk normally. They go off on these weird abstract concepts and analogies that they're talking about conscious molecules observing rocks and stuff like this. What has this got to do with anything? It's just confusing. It's just brain rot. Okay, moving on. We've got lots more people to get through, so carrying on. Hello.
Hi, James. Can you hear me?
Yes, how you doing?
Okay, perfect. I'm good, thank you. I just wanted to say, I completely agree with you 1,000,000%. I think it's crazy how people come on here and they I don't know if these people are watching the actual live stream, but they keep asking the same questions that you keep answering. child abuse is 100% not acceptable any way, shape, or form. I do want to try and get more involved in the movement though, and I'm not sure how I can. I tried to join the WhatsApp group, but I wasn't sure like exactly what the next steps were.
Yeah, so the first step for becoming an activist is really joining the Discord and the WhatsApp and starting to make videos. Really, that's the first basic step most people do. So yeah, like the vast majority of our activists, they all make videos, right? That's the best way to start growing the movement, and you can start developing your video making skills. You can start getting better and better. You can grow your channel, right? So if you're heading towards 100,000 followers on TikTok, and you're trying to study how to go viral and make amazing videos, right? You're going to get lots of activists. You're going to grow the movement a lot. It's going to be really helpful.
Yeah. Oh, I 100% want to start making videos, but I also just want to say as well, like, I really appreciate what you're doing for everyone, and I really commend your patience with these people as well, because they have no brain cells. But yeah, thanks so much. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Manny. On that note, my patience does sometimes wear a little bit thin with people, and sometimes I'm a bit immature as well sometimes, right? So, yesterday when I said, F that woman, I did feel bad about it afterwards. I thought, okay, that was a bit over the top. It wasn't very professional. So sometimes I'm a bit naughty, but I do feel bad about it when I am. All right. Again, it's people's ideas which make me angry, right? So I should try and stop insulting the people and go after their ideas more. All right, let's see. We've got more people coming up, more debates to get through. Hello, Ra, are you there? Okay, no. We've got Lenny coming up next. Hello.
Yo.
How you doing? Do you have any questions?
So you said that you are willing to put people through torture, right? To achieve the pro-extinction stuff. Like you're willing to put people through torture. So how can you guarantee that if you put people through torture and stuff like that, how can you guarantee that you will achieve extinction? How can you guarantee that?
Well, again, we're not planning to torture people, right? I'm saying that we would if we really had to.
Okay. So that's what I'm talking about. Like I'm talking about in that, in that universe where you do torture people. How can you guarantee that
you can't guarantee anything in life?
Okay, yeah. So that's the point of the question. So it's just like, if you can't guarantee that you will get rid of.
Can you tell me one time anything in your life was guaranteed?
No, absolutely none. No.
So why is this
zero
different?
times. Pardon? What did you say?
So why should this be any different?
It's just a question because it's like, so
it's impossible. How could you possibly guarantee it? It's not even physically possible.
You can't
what you're
guarantee
suggesting is not even possible.
Yeah, so it means that there is a universe where you don't achieve human extinction, and then you guys end up being, you guys end up torturing people to death and stuff. Well, I mean, torturing them.
Well, again, there's no amount of suffering that extinction can cause that even pales in comparisons to the suffering that life is causing, right? Using gas to put someone to sleep is nothing compared to like being tortured or eaten alive, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's
thinking
true.
that causes torture and suffering is not you're not living in the real world.
So did you mean torture as in what did you mean when you said
look,
torture?
if we have to torture people, we'll do it, right? If that somehow becomes necessary,
specifically
then we'll do it.
how specific torture? Because you're saying
But Lenny, look, we've got billions of years of suffering to try and prevent. Yeah,
Okay.
if we cause some suffering and it goes wrong, it's worth trying.
Okay. I mean that's I'm not convinced about that, but I will just
So billions of years of suffering, trying to prevent that. Who cares? Let's not even try.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you will, well, in the universe where you put people, well, you have to put people in, through torture. How are
Lenny,
you going to
look,
be any
extinction
different?
is not a threat. Life existing is causing lots of suffering. There are children screaming in pain right now with penises in their vaginas, right? So that's the real problem, right? Extinction, putting people to sleep, is not going to cause any significant suffering.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I guess my problem is just, it's just in that, hypothetical that I've given you, like the universe where you torture people.
Yeah, Lenny,
You're gonna
the
just
idea
use.
that we should never do anything unless God has come down and touched us on the forehead and given us a guarantee that it'll work, that's ridiculous, right? The idea that we should never help those that need help unless we have a guarantee from God is insane, right? It's
I haven't
basically,
said
you're
anything
morally
about God.
bankrupt. That's what it is. You're morally bankrupt. You're saying we should never try and do the right thing unless we have 100% certainty.
I just asked questions. I didn't say anything about, I only asked questions, but that's the thing I wanted to ask. But I got my answers, so I guess that was it. I could come on next. Yeah, I could come on like later, like to ask more, but that was it. So
Yeah, feel free to come up and ask again. And in terms of being aggressive or being rude, to some extent, extinctionists actually encourage it, not to an over-the-top level or anything like that. But the thing is, people will say, "Oh, you're not going to get many people into the movement if you're not very nice, if you're not being polite." Well, actually, being aggressive gets rid of the time wasters, and those who are worth our time and those who do want to become activists will basically they'll come back, right? So even if you kick them out, they'll come back and say, "All right, no, I do want to I do want to join the movement." So in a sense, there's not actually that much of a downside to being aggressive and rude beyond, reason, obviously. Hello.
Hello, James. Do you remember me?
No, I don't remember you at all.
No, I was in the comments.
Cool.
Okay. So, even when you get rid of everything,
yeah,
everything gone, how because you will also be gone, right? How can you know that life won't start again, even when everything goes? So how can you know, because extinctionism is very
You can't know anything. Look, you're asking the same question the last
yeah,
guest
but
asked.
no, but I'm asking something different.
No,
what
you're
most
asking the
likely
same thing.
would
You're
happen?
asking, how can we have 100% guarantee that, trying to do the right thing will work?
No. What most likely will happen is that everything will go and then it will just start again.
Are you a scientist? Are you a scientist?
No.
So you have no idea what you're talking about. You're talking out your ass.
Well, no, it's just my honest.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. You are. Okay. All right. Moving on. We've got more people coming up. But yeah, it doesn't matter if extinction is going to be difficult or if it seems challenging. We should still try and do it. Hello, how you doing? Hello. Okay. Poetic Boomer, you're on. Hello, are you there? No, he's probably had a stroke or something. All right, moving on. Hello, how you doing?
Hello. I have a genuine question.
Okay.
Do you agree with what Hitler did with back then?
No.
Pardon?
No.
You don't?
No.
But that's what you're advocating for.
Did Hitler
Extinction
advocate
of
for
millions of
making
people.
suffering impossible?
No. He got rid of loads
So
of
can you
people.
name one thing which Hitler advocated for, which I'm advocating for?
What you just done, the gas chamber, extinguishing loads
I
of
never
lives.
said we'd be using gas chambers.
Yes, you did. You said
No,
that gas
I've
is
never
easier.
said that.
You did.
No, I said we might use gas, but I never said chambers.
But you're advocating for extinguishing
People use
millions
gas
of
all the time.
lives using gas. Why
Lots of
can't
people
we?
use gas.
Right? Okay.
Look,
Why can't we?
veterinarians use gas. Are they Hitler as well?
Well, yeah, but
okay. Well, then you're just being stupid. Okay. So every veterinarian is Hitler now. No, I'm not going to continue the conversation if you're so far detached from reality that you think that's actually true. Okay, it's not worth continuing a conversation with someone that's so disconnected from the real world. Hello, how you doing?
Yes, the actual terror that you would be committing would be the implementation of such a system. Upon implementation, the organizing principles, the development of such a system, people would be terrorized at the
Well, that's going
possibility
to happen if we don't do it.
that this system would be that this system would rise to power. Now, as a result of that terror, people are not going to just sit back and allow it to happen. They're going to resist against it.
There's going to be
So
obstacles.
ultimately,
there's
what
gonna
you're
be
doing,
problems in
sir,
the way.
ultimately what you're doing is you're committing even, or you're exposing the world to even more violence than it has ever known before. There will be a world movement to unite against you.
So
Now, if
you
you have
might
a
think
power
that,
base,
but you're completely wrong, right? So a lot of people think that, oh yeah, humanity is going to suffer. There's going to be war. There's going to be violence. But again, that's nothing, right? Humanity is 0.1% of the population on the planet. Wild animals are being eaten alive. 99% of them get eaten alive as babies. The idea that you can increase suffering with extinction is a joke, right? We live in an ocean of torture, and trying to stop all of that is not going to cause more suffering, right? You are incredibly stupid if you think so, right? A lot of people think that, 60 seconds of extinction is going to cause more suffering than billions of years of suffering. And I say to those people, learn basic maths. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thanks. Did you heard about the One World Manifesto and Charter?
No.
You should, because it's about.
All right, thanks for coming on. If you want to advertise your book, I suggest you do it on your own channel, and we're going to see who else we have in the queue. All right, moving on. We've got a couple people queued up. Let's see, who are we going to bring on next? Who has the spine? No, we don't want that person. They support child abuse. Let's see. Okay, we've got Spitfire Vulcan coming on next. Hello, how you doing?
Good, thanks. I've listened to you for quite a while now. I just wondered if we could start with you. If you could just remove yourself from the planet and we'll follow behind you.
I'm not buying it, right? You must really have. You think you would probably fall for that trick, right? Which is why you think I will. But I'm more intelligent than you are, so I'm not gonna believe you just because you say it's true, right? You would believe that. I'm not. I'm not stupid enough to fall for that. I'm sorry. Okay, moving on. We have Letitia coming up next. Hello.
Hi, James. Can I ask you? I don't know if I can ask you this question because you might. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you're going to say about me in some sense. But does your? I'm going to shock a few people. You're probably going to delete me, but does the forceful total extinction has anything to do? You're waiting for it. With sexuality and choices of sexuality.
Choice of sexuality, like being a man or a woman?
No, like for example, if today I tell you I don't want to be with a man, I want to be a lesbian. First off, do I really have the right to be? And I'm just asking you in general, does your total extinction movement has anything, or would it have anything to do with sexuality? That's all. As an overall, if you can find a concept, because surely there must be a direction, in some sense, as to a forceful total extinction. What is suffering? do people suffer because of their sexuality as well? So I'm asking you. That's all. You can get rid of me now. That's fine.
All right, thanks, Letitia. So what does extinction have to do with sex and reproduction? Yeah, well, we need humans to keep reproducing, to keep having sex and having more children until we've done animal extinction and understood how to prevent life ever coming back. If we just remove humans now, animals will suffer, life will come back, other life will suffer. So we have to do a proper job, help those that can't help themselves first. So yeah, we do need to keep reproducing. And look, basically, until we can rely on robots and AI, humanity will have to keep reproducing so that we can make sure we do animal extinction and other extinction first, right? So we cannot allow humanity to decline in population yet. In fact, the more humans, the better. The more scientists we'll have, the faster our technology and science will progress, and the more people there will be who can help do extinction. So the more humans, the better right now. And so if we take over the world tomorrow, we would be encouraging people to have more children. We would be making things sexier. We would be making it more enticing for people to have kids. And we would be also trying to promote a better society to have children in as well. Like family values, we would be trying to make the world safe. We would be working towards making sure there is no war, better education, better social safety nets. So we would be making it a much better world to have kids than it is right now. So in that sense, yeah. And, also laws regarding sex itself would start to change, right? So we would try and make society more accepting of things like that, make sex less of a shameful thing that, we hide away, right? Make it more transparent in that sense. And yeah, make the world sexy, basically, right? We should absolutely do that. Okay, moving on. Let's see who else we have next. We've got Mr. A coming up next. Hello.
Hi. I think this is it's a very fantasy kind of view. I don't think you truly believe this will ever happen. I appreciate the advocation, but I don't think you truly believe in this.
It's advocacy, not advocation. But yeah, I do believe in it.
Sorry.
I do believe that, extreme suffering is unacceptable, and, other people feel the same thing. And unless we do this, then the sufferers will continue
What about
to be.
extreme happiness?
Well, yeah, what about if a child abuser is happy? Does that make it okay? No. So happiness cannot
No.
justify suffering.
Okay, I know what that argument is, but wait, so your ultimate question is, would someone rather would they deny the possibility, would they rather have the possibility of suffering or guarantee the impossibility of it? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're not doing anything like that. We are going to forcefully carry out total extinction, make sure nobody is forced into a terrible life ever again, right? Because it's not fair.
What about a good life?
Well, it's not fair to have bad lives at the expense, and good lives, right? So, by that logic,
Only when it's a direct exchange, when when you cause someone suffering in exchange for your happiness.
yeah. So child abuse is bad, direct causing.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know. I'm saying
and indirect is just as bad.
So wait, I don't get it.
Causing suffering is just as bad as allowing suffering or benefiting from suffering. So yeah, as long as life exists, there will be happy ones, but there'll also be, people being tortured for their entire life. So it's not fair. It's not right, and we will not allow it anymore.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the happiness someone gets from, in exchange of someone else suffering. I'm just talking about getting happiness.
It doesn't matter if it's direct or indirect, right?
What do you mean?
Suffering is still unacceptable, right? If somebody trips over and, screams in pain, it's not better or less painful just because somebody didn't directly push them over.
Yeah, but that's only that's just assuming suffering is the only thing with value or anything.
Well, no, it's not assuming that at all.
How?
So you don't have to have suffering be the only thing with any value in order to say that, yeah, extreme suffering is unacceptable. So look, happiness has value, but it doesn't have enough value to justify child abuse.
And how do you quantify the value of these?
We don't really struggle. It's kind of like just an obvious thing, really. So, but we could try and
Just like a
translate it
divine
for you.
intervention.
Sorry?
Just like a divine intervention type of thing.
No, it's like when you see a table, you know that's a table. And when you see child abuse, you know it's bad, right? So it's just obvious. It's intuitive in that sense. It's just understanding of reality. So it's objectively just understanding the way the world works, that life doesn't need to exist. Extreme suffering is unacceptable. These are just facts of reality.
Yeah, I think it's just based on subjective values, but
So you think that thinking that
No,
extreme
mate, no.
suffering shouldn't be allowed is just some.
You always go for this guilt trip, bro. I don't think that. No,
I'm asking you
But
a
I think-
question. I was asking you a question.
like you said before, you were like, you gave a vague like measurement. You were like, oh, it's obvious. We just know that. But how do you know that suffering's like has more of a moral value?
Well,
You don't
think
know
about
that.
it this way, right? Would you allow somebody to be tortured for their entire life just so that you could continue to live?
No.
Right. So there you go. Suffering is more important, right? That suffering.
That's such a that's like a straw man. Like you're just really stripping it down.
To make it easier for you to understand.
No, it's just stripping it like only to.
So if you wouldn't
it's
allow
quite a specific
someone.
scenario, to be honest.
It's not a specific scenario. This is the direct principles we're working with here, right?
Yeah, I'm not talking about direct exchange. Like I said before, I'm not talking about direct
No.
exchange.
So I'm trying to explain to you that we shouldn't allow others to suffer just so that we can be happy, right? You said you wouldn't let someone be tortured for their entire life just so that you could continue to live, right? So we shouldn't let anyone else do that either.
Yeah, you have a decent point, but
There you go. Thank you. I'll give you a small W for the end because most people are very dishonest and they'll say, no, that's stupid. Anyway, I gotta go. So at least he kind of was slightly honest there. I'll give him some credit for that. But yeah. Hello, how you doing?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm good. Do you have any questions?
No, you said debate, but I'd like to be more into a dialogue about what do you mean by suffering? What is your definition of suffering?
Negative experiences.
So negative experience is automatically suffering.
Well, we don't really need to play word games, right? We know everyone
No,
knows
it's
what
not.
suffering is.
Trust me. It's not word games. It's just getting an understanding because what
Look, if
suffering
you don't know what
means.
suffering is, Google it.
Okay, well, listen. This is just a dialogue, yeah. It's a question, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not interested in answering. I'm not a dictionary, right? If you want definitions, find a dictionary.
No. I'm not trying to make any assumptions on what you mean by suffering. So what I'm trying to do is get a definition of what you mean by it so that we have an understanding.
Okay, and
That's
you've
all.
wasted a whole minute, maybe two on this now. I've already answered the question. Do you have any point?
My point is that I don't agree with that life is suffering.
Okay, so clearly no zero intelligence detected there. Moving on, let's see if we've got something better to work with. Okay, Mumu.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. I just want to know, what's up with you? What are the recent challenges you faced while you were doing your life?
I try not to go too much into my personal life.
No, I mean not about your life, as in when you go live on TikTok, what challenges have you faced? What sort of
right.
questions you have to deal with that, just make you this is no point talking to them because they don't want to listen to you.
Yeah, look, every time I go live and do debates, you get a lot of crazy people asking crazy questions. You get a lot of arrogant and angry people. So, but you get used to it.
I see. So how do you deal with this emotionally, because these questions irritate you sometimes, and they're not willing to listen to you. So how do you prepare yourself mentally?
Well, sometimes, sometimes I do get emotional. Sometimes I do react. But, while sometimes I do go too far and, I do swear at people, on the other hand, maybe it is good that I have a reaction, right? That when people are saying child abuse is good, yeah, that should make you have a strong reaction, right? So
Yeah. That deserves a reaction. You can't stay silent on those important things. Someone just say my voice is annoying, but thanks, I guess. So I want to wish you well, and I hope everything goes good for you.
thank
Yep,
you,
thank
you
you.
too. And I think your voice is lovely. Okay, moving on. Let's see, we've got tons of people in the queue. We've even got the Malian, a rabid troll who has been at the gates of extinction for a while. Hello.
Hey, I think it's really interesting that you have an organization that deals with extinction, because I have an organization that advocates for the extinction of your organization.
Really? No way. Really? What's it called?
It's called James is Deranged, and we
Is there a
have followers.
website?
Yeah, we have followers all over the world, and it's growing every day. We get new followers and new advocates every day. We're focusing on like the latest, technology to bring it about in the most humane way.
Okay.
And yeah, our goal is to, to bring about the extinction of, your organization.
Extinction.
Yes, double extinction.
Double extinction, double rainbow.
Yes. I think we
Brilliant.
can work
I love
together.
it. I love
Maybe
it.
we can share ideas, we can share technology.
Yeah, maybe some of your extinctionists will become real extinctionists as well.
And maybe, some of our extinctionists will actually succeed.
I'm sure there'll be, like sedition from both sides. Some of the people from our movement will join his his movement, but then actually they're spies, and then you could make a whole film out of it. All right, let's see who we've got next. Hello, how you doing?
It's just me again. I just want to ask one more question.
Yeah, go for it.
Are you a vegan?
No, I was a vegan, but I was too allergic. And then when I joined the movement, the pro-extinction movement, I learned that veganism actually causes more suffering.
How?
Because a vegan world would double the forests on the planet and lead to even more reforestation, and that massively increases the number of wild animals that suffer. Whereas farmed animals and animal agriculture, it deals with a small number of animals basically, and wipes out massive numbers of wild animals. So I'm against animal farming, but at the minute, if you go vegan, it ends up causing more suffering. So we need to work towards a world where that doesn't happen, where we're not making wild animals suffer just because we don't want farmed animals to suffer.
So do you believe in total extinction of animals then?
Yeah.
Just of all species?
Everything, yeah. And total prevention as well, right? Make it so that the world is uninhabitable as well. So we have to worry about, removing current life, but we have to worry about future life as well. And we can't leave that to chance. We need to do total prevention of life ever coming back for Earth and beyond Earth, if possible, too.
Damn. So your approach to life is just like, you just weigh out the suffering, and you just weigh out the moral value.
We don't allow suffering, that's the point. We don't allow cruelty.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But
so if you allow life to exist in unsafe conditions, then it just ends up being tortured, right? It's not really right. Okay, he has disconnected by the looks of it. Feel free to join again if you like. And anybody else that wants to join the queue and have a debate, now's a good chance to join because the queue is pretty empty. So yeah, now's a really good time to join the queue. Okay, Letitia, hello again.
Yes, hello. I was wondering if you are pro design, pro the design as being the tip of the iceberg.
If I'm pro,
So as in, for example, a child going to school and crying, not really wanting to leave mum, dad. It's usually mum, isn't it, in a more coherent way. As in, someone not being pro what is going on, as in some activities offered at school, and that it is a form of suffering.
yeah,
So,
I think,
for example, the practice, what I remember, because I don't know if it is still going on, rugby, which seems to be totally insane in some sense. Now, I don't know, because perhaps there are things going on that no one wants to share as well, and that's part of a scenario. But I'm just going to say, in general, a child who might be disabled, forced to go to school to do gymnastic. That's some form of suffering, isn't it?
every child going to school suffers.
Okay, but why? So why would you want? Okay, what would you do then? Would you say, well, okay, that's it now? This child is crying. This child is suffering. Forceful total extinction.
Yes.
I don't want to know. I don't want to care. I don't want to acknowledge anything. Just let's use the design in a soft way.
The thing is, Letitia, there is no way to prevent suffering without extinction. If I have a child right now, it's impossible to guarantee it doesn't have a bad life. It doesn't suffer terribly. But if you don't have a child, you're guaranteeing 100% that you didn't, create a life which can then be tortured. So, that has a 100% effective rate at preventing suffering. Whereas if you have life, then you have a, very high chance that it will have a terrible life, beg for death, please kill me, why did you force me to exist, right? I just wish I was dead. So, look, it's very obvious, right? Non-existence provides super safety, right? Perfect safety. All right, we've got Caleb, and we've also got a couple of other people in the queue. Let's see. Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
So I'm very new to this idea you're putting forward. I don't really know much about it. This is the first time I've come across your content. And I guess the question I have is what you're proposing even possible? Because if it's the case that life came from non-life, that emerged from the laws of physics, then even if you achieved your goal in the whole universe, that does not guarantee that life would not reemerge.
We should try and prevent that.
But you'd have to erase the laws of physics to do that. So how?
Not necessarily, no. Not necessarily, no. Like, again, if I don't have a child, then bam, it's been made safe from suffering, right? So it's as simple as that. It's as easy as that, right? If you've got an animal that's suffering, you can euthanize it, and it won't suffer again, and it won't reproduce either. So there's lots of extinction we can do, which does help, right? We could start today. We could start helping animals immediately. And that already validates extinction. And then we should just work our way up to do more after that.
Well, what I'm saying is, even if you achieved that, like, let's say, in some proposed future, a billion years from now.
The point is to try and prevent life coming back, right? That is as simple as that. We should try and prevent it.
And that's at the heart of my question. Because if I'm understanding your view, then you would hold to the idea that there was a point in our past, in the universe's past, when no life existed, right?
Probably, yeah.
And so life emerged from non-life. It emerged from the laws of physics, energy acting on matter. So even if you achieved it in the future, go ahead.
The thing is, you could achieve zero life without getting rid of the rules of physics.
Right, but then how do you guarantee that the laws of physics don't re-emerge life?
You just make sure it doesn't exist, right? You don't need to change the laws of physics to prevent suffering.
How do you guarantee that the laws of physics don't re-emerge life after you've completely bleached it out of the universe?
There's no way to guarantee anything.
Right. So that's what I mean. I'm not sure that this view is.
Well, no. It
should
would be
even held
really
to.
no. It would be more stupid to require a guarantee to try and do the right thing. Right. That would be the stupid thing.
It would be more stupid to require a guarantee to do what you're saying is the right thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So
like
then,
if
go
a
ahead.
child across the street was asking you for help, you wouldn't say, "I'm not going to help you because I cannot guarantee that I won't trip over while crossing the street to help you." Right? That would be morally bankrupt, basically. Right? Looking for any reason, any excuse not to help. That's basically the same as what you're doing.
Well, wouldn't you? So this would lead to a second line of questioning I would have is, wouldn't you have to perpetrate the highest level of suffering in order to
So
achieve what you're saying?
extinction
Go
doesn't
ahead.
cause suffering, right? 60 seconds of being put to sleep with gas or something like that is nothing compared to an entire lifetime of suffering. It's nothing compared to a death of extreme suffering. So no, extinction doesn't cause any suffering.
Well, that's one view. What I'm saying is, I'm not taking that.
That's not an argument, right? To say that's one view is like saying, I have nothing to say against that, but I'm going to be dishonest and say, oh, yeah, that's just one view. As if that's somehow
I'm just not granting it as
or
objective.
argument or anything. It's the opposite. It's a smoke screen, right? It's pretending to have an argument.
Right, I hear you saying that. What I'm saying is you're asserting a conclusion as if it's an argument. What I'm saying is, what is the argument?
You're not giving any sort of counter argument. You're not able to, right? Just accept it, right? Let your ego deflate a little bit and just accept that you don't have a counter argument. You simply want to disagree without a reason to disagree. And that's how life evolved, right? To do that exact thing. That is a scientific truth, right? That is the mystery behind why people disagree with extinction. It's because they've evolved to do so. They've evolved to glorify life irrationally, basically. Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Yourself?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, there's been a lot of controversial views on obviously the math you're discussing, but it's it's a two-way thing, really. I mean, it's the ultimate question I have for you is that you've got this sort of doomsday thing where you're saying you would annihilate all life. I mean, how are you going to do that? Even if you get everyone on your side.
It's not a doomsday thing. It's not a doomsday thing at all.
Never said that, but if you get everyone on your side.
Excuse me? What did you say?
How are you going to get everyone?
So
to
now you're lying. You're lying
themselves?
within the first 30 seconds, right? You just said it's a doomsday thing, right? Which you pulled out of your ass. So look, if someone's going to lie just like that, right, without any hesitation, I don't really want to talk to them, right? Let's talk to more honest people. But no, extinction doesn't revolve around a doomsday thing. More likely we'll do it in a structured and bit by bit organized way, getting rid of certain animals as soon as we can. And it's going to take time. It's not going to be a single event. Hello, how you doing?
How's it? How are you, man?
Yeah, what's up? Do you have any questions?
Good. So the question that I have, how are you going to ensure that everyone is going to be extinct? How are you going to make that possible?
Yeah, we're going to get people together and try and make it happen. No matter how we have to do it, we'll find a way.
So what about the people who are still seeing some positives about the life, who still want to live?
Yeah,
What about
so
them?
they are optimistic to a fault, basically. That optimism is going to cause themselves to suffer or cause others to suffer. So we shouldn't allow life to exist just because it wants to, right? If life exists and you allow it to just because it wants to, it's going to end up suffering, or it's going to end up causing suffering. It's going to end up reproducing and forcing others into a life of suffering. So there's no reason for life to exist, and we shouldn't allow it.
Okay, that's all for me, man. Thanks.
All right, I'll give you a follow. Thank you, Punisher. Moving on, we've got the African legend coming up
Hey,
next. Hello.
hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
All right. If I heard correctly, one love to the panel. By the way, I just want to show respect, right? And your fan base, right? Both new and existing. So, I wanted to ask you, right? If we cannot demonstrate all possible outcomes, right, of the future, why should we accept this final solution then? Because the thing is that when it comes to nature, right, as it relates to biogenesis, abiogenesis and stuff, we we are dealing with what we observe now. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. Even if we were to
What do
use
you mean about
this,
what's going to happen in the future?
yeah. So as we understand life, we understand the code base. Let's say the code base of life is one. We're just going to make it real simple, right? We observe that one code base, right? We extinguish that one code base. Now, we do not know what nature of the universe would actually emerge later on because we don't know if there's some unknown type code out there
Yeah,
within
we should study more, we should learn more, but we should do extinction at the same time, right? So yeah, we don't know everything right now. We have a lot to learn, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do extinction.
Right, and I agree with that angle when you say that, even if we don't know, it doesn't mean that we cannot know, right? Um, but at which point within that system you mentioned, the AI system, it would actually determine that whatever unknown code base of life that would emerge, that is actually a life, because the AI system would only be focused on what it actually observed, because we don't know of that unknown next
Right. Well,
code
look,
base of life.
these are problems for the future of the movement to solve, right? These are far distant future problems that we don't really need to worry about now.
Oh, so you don't need to worry about now, but the solution itself, right? At which point that should be accepted then? The final solution.
What are you talking about? What final solution do you mean?
Yeah, when you say the extinction of all life, right? Because if we don't know now, but sometime in the future we may probably know,
No,
at
what?
which
What do you
point,
know? What?
yeah, no, I'm asking now, at which point would all human beings should accept the extinguish of life? Because we don't know.
No, we don't know what.
We don't know the outcome of what would emerge from out of life because we're only observing this one code base.
We don't need to wait and see, right? We've already seen enough, right? We've seen enough suffering to know that life is not going to turn into a unicorn or anything like that.
Right, yes, and I agree with that what you say, but on the other aspect, I think you mentioned, you could correct me if I'm wrong. I think you mentioned something like we don't know now, but in the future, whatever those humans look like, right? They may possibly know of some unknown thing, but it's still another regression because we don't know.
It doesn't matter, right? So the practical thing to do right now is to try and help those who are suffering. We shouldn't think, oh yeah, let's allow child abuse because in the future, some crazy person might deliver a reason for why abusing children is actually good. No, we shouldn't.
Yeah, we don't agree with any of that. Definitely, we don't agree with any of that.
Yeah.
No,
So we have to be practical. We can't
Yeah.
rely on abstract, insane thoughts that might justify. It's like a child abuser saying, maybe in the future someone will find out that this is actually good. Anyway, I better keep on with that child abuse, right? No.
Right.
We
So let me
shouldn't
ask
think
you.
like that.
Okay, that's interesting you say that. So let me ask you, when you, just to be clear, I'm trying to understand, right? When you say the extinction of suffering, are you saying the most extreme suffering on any scale imaginable, and not life itself just emerging? Because how would we know that life that would emerge, right? It's not propagating some type of new suffering. that is not within like the construct, right? That we understand right now.
Yeah, we have to get rid of all life, prevent all suffering. It's as simple as that. Like
Oh,
you're
okay. So you're saying,
overcomplicating it.
oh, I got you. So you're saying that no forms of life then should exist, right?
Exactly.
So this
Yeah.
way, any form of unknown that would happen, it would not actually be known because life doesn't exist.
Yeah, sure. Basically.
Oh, okay. All right, I got you. So all right, so this is like a Thanos then, you're saying then. We're just gonna wipe it clean.
No, it's nothing to do with Thanos. Come on, be serious. Thanos didn't want extinction. He didn't want to do it scientifically. He didn't care about anybody's suffering. He didn't care about making suffering impossible. He didn't care about making sure everybody is safe, right? Hello, how you doing? Lewis, we've got you on stage. No, we don't. Okay, we've got Jeremas V coming up next.
Hi,
Hello.
how's it going?
how are
I have a
you?
question. So, in which order should it like happen, like the extinction?
Probably animals first.
Yeah, which animals? Like wild animals, farm animals, or like in?
That's to be determined and decided in the future.
Okay. So my problem with that is like the whole thing is like that. Who takes responsibility? Like hypothetically, or like we don't know, right? Like we don't know. Like humans make mistakes. Who takes like the responsibility if that movement goes wrong? Like, and you said like we should
Yeah,
we should start.
we don't give a shit if it goes wrong, right? We should try and do the right thing even if we fail.
Okay, we should start now. You said like how like what is like our step? Because you said like we shouldn't wait. We should start now. So what should we do
So
now?
we're doing activism to grow the movement to make extinction possible.
Yeah, but should we start like already like with, for example, like making farm animals extinct, or shouldn't we start with
Yeah,
that?
that's not possible until we are the government, basically.
How do you mean that? Like, I mean, with decreasing demand of that, we could make that happen, right? Like, because less supply.
So you're trying to waste time on reducing suffering when we have to end suffering, basically.
Yeah, but like the longer the wait, the more suffering will be overall.
You're not making any sense. You're
No,
saying
I mean,
that instead
the
of
longer we
solving the
wait,
problem, we
there's,
should.
there's a lot of suffering right now, and if we wait until we found a solution, then we could say like it adds up the suffering until the point where we found.
You're
the
not
solution.
making any sense. You're not making any sense, right? The only way to end animal suffering is with extinction, right? There is no other way to end their suffering.
No, I understand that, but like if we don't act now with certain things, with certain steps, then we are still accepting.
It's not possible to achieve animal extinction until we grow the movement first. You would have to be incredibly stupid to think that there's a different way to end animal suffering.
No, like, but the thing is like, there's.
Do you have a better way?
Sorry?
Do you have a different way to end all animal suffering without extinction?
Without extinction, like the problem for me is like,
you didn't answer that question.
Yeah, we can reduce the suffering already.
Yeah, you didn't answer that question. I asked you, do you have a way to end all animal suffering without extinction?
There's like no way, but there's no guarantee
That's strike
that.
two. So it's a yes or no, right?
Yeah, I said like you're just gambling here, honestly.
With
That's
what?
my honest answer.
Gambling with what?
You're gambling with like the uncertainty.
Of what?
So you're saying like okay, all extinction, and we have no like facts, no data with that, and that's the problem. And we have no data
what?
that works.
What are you? You're not making sense. What are you talking about?
I'm making absolutely sense.
Say it again, because I didn't understand a goddamn
so
word
what
you just said.
So what I said is like we have uncertainty that it will we have no knowledge that it will work.
What would work?
The pro-extinction, and so like, and who is like?
What do you mean we don't
responsibility?
know it would work? What are you talking about? We don't know it would work.
Yes, the other guest said like we have like factors which we
All right,
cannot
Jeremy,
really factor in.
you're a complete idiot, right? The thing is, right, he's applying an impossible standard to extinction, which he doesn't apply to anything else in the entire world, right? So, he wouldn't require God to come down and touch him on the forehead and show him that, that child across the street asking you to help, right? Please cross the road and help me. You don't need God to touch you on the forehead and say, yes, you will be able to help that child If you cross the road and help them, you won't fall over, you won't scratch your arm on the road when you trip, you can go and help the child, right? So that's the level of insanity we're dealing with here. He's saying, unless there's omniscience level certainty, unless God has shown you that trying to do the right thing is going to work, then we shouldn't do the right thing. We shouldn't even try. We shouldn't bother. We shouldn't try to be good people. We should just not care. I'll only do the right thing if God proves to me that it will work 100%, and it won't go wrong in any way, shape, or form. So that's an escape from trying to do the right thing, right? We're simply saying, this is the right thing to do. And he's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. But I don't want to do the right thing, so I'm going to set an impossible standard and say that unless there's certainty, 100%, that it will work, then we shouldn't do it. So again, you wouldn't apply that standard to anything in the entire world ever, right? Nothing, literally nothing would use that standard. Nothing ever anywhere in the entire world would require the standard of 100% certainty before trying to help someone, right? Because 100% certainty does not exist, right? All of these people saying, you can't guarantee extinction will work. There's no certainty extinction will work. They're fucking idiots, basically, right? There's no certainty of anything, right? You don't use that standard for anything, but when it comes to extinction, you say, we can't do it. You can't guarantee it will work. You can't guarantee that your shit will come out when you go to the toilet, but you still go anyway, right? So what the fuck are you talking about saying we shouldn't try to end all suffering unless we have omniscience level certainty that it will work, right? We shouldn't try to do the right thing unless someone's going to hold my hand and prove to me that it will work, right? It's cowardice. It's pathetic. It's saying, I'm not going to do the right thing because you can't prove it will work. It's fucking pathetic. All right, let's see if we've got anyone else. We've got Caleb still in the queue, amazingly. Let's try and get him up. Or maybe he's left, actually. Caleb. Hello.
All right. So that is having a poo. You might not poo, right? So that's the uncertainty of it.
Can you name anything that you do in life that you do with certainty? No, so it's stupid to say that extinction.
No, I didn't answer, but
nothing else requires certainty.
But the downside to extinction not working is causing even more suffering.
Caleb, that's impossible, right? It's not going to cause more suffering. Billions of animals eating each other alive are not going to suffer more.
No, yeah, I agree. That's definitely very wrong.
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I agree. It's very wrong.
No, it's very stupid to think that extinction could cause more suffering.
Yeah, but
not wrong. Stupid.
Let's say you do extinction, right? You'll be gone, right?
Everything will be gone.
Yeah. So you said that you're going to try and make sure that life won't start again, right?
Yeah.
So how are you going to do that if you won't be here?
Well, firstly, we can do that, as a pre-planned thing that we
don't know that.
implement. Yeah. Or secondly, we could do it with AI and robots.
But you don't know that.
Caleb, I'm talking.
Okay, sorry.
Secondly, we could also have AI and robots continue after we're gone. So in that sense, there's like at least two ways.
How do you know those AI won't work either? Like
Caleb, if a child is asking for help, would you say, how do I know that I won't fall over on the way to try to help them?
Yeah, but that's an effort that will cause them most likely to be okay. This effort is something that is a downside, which is very great and
how? What downside? So like, all of the animals
you really
being
can't be sure.
Right
like
now,
it's not like
Caleb, I've got a simple question. Explain how extinction could make life worse for all of the wild animals eating each other for billions of years.
Well,
Yeah, you
not
don't
really
have an
going to make
answer.
it.
It's a stupid position. The idea that trying to do the right thing could cause more suffering, so we shouldn't even try, is stupid, right? Is literally saying we should never try to do the right thing just in case it goes wrong. So instead of trying to do the right thing, we should allow pedophiles to rape children. We should allow psychopaths to stab, needles into kittens' eyes for the rest of time. We should allow animals to be forced to be cruelly, starved to death, eaten alive, murdered, abused horrifically. He's saying, oh, what? Ending all of this, that could go wrong. Right? He's literally in hell saying, oh, shutting down hell, that could cause some suffering. That's literally it, right? That is the absolute best way to understand this entire conversation, right? It's like being in hell and saying, we can't try and shut hell down. That could cause more suffering. What do you mean more suffering? It's already hell, right? 99% of animals are eaten alive as babies. What the hell are you talking about? Over 99% of life on the planet is animals in nature, and over 99% get eaten alive as a baby, right? So we are in an ocean of suffering. We are in an ocean of children being tortured, eaten alive, starving to death, screaming in pain, and you're saying, yeah, all of that, just 99% of the population screaming in pain, begging for death. Yeah, trying to stop that could cause more suffering, so we shouldn't even try to stop it. This is stupid. This is levels of stupidity beyond comprehension, right? If this isn't triggering you, then you're probably stupid as well. Just saying, right? All right, let's see who else we got. We've got Woe Charlie coming up next.
Hey, James, I wanted to ask you to give me $10,000 because I know you got it. Because to be able to sit down and think about all this stuff all the time, you need to be in a warehouse getting calluses on your hands, worried about how to pay your next bill. But this is the problem when people get money and they get free and they just get a bunch of time to think of a bunch of crazy stuff to oppress people. They are the people that's causing all the suffering. So I wish you need to give me your money. You say what now?
You're saying I'm doing oppression?
Yeah, I think
the ending all suffering is oppression.
If you were in poverty and you had someone to watch over you
end of all
and make sure
suffering is oppression to selfish pricks, right? It's like the end of slavery being selfish, right? End slavery. Oh, you selfish bastard. Do you know how much money I'll lose if they take my slaves away? That's basically what he's saying, right? It's like saying end slavery and a slave owner saying, you selfish prick. Do you know how many weddings I have to go to this year? I have a lot of money that I need, right? I have a lot of social commitments. You can't take my slaves away, you selfish bastard. That's, what it sounds like when people are saying, end all suffering, you monster. Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Quick question. If I were to go and get my 2 children now, would you like to tell them what your plans are and what you believe?
What would be the point?
Because you're basically saying that they shouldn't be here on Earth.
No, humans are actually the solution, right? We have to help animals with their extinction first. So we need to see humans as good forces for good in the world, right? That can actually prevent suffering before we do human extinction, right? We have to help those that can't help
Yeah,
themselves.
but would you explain that? Would you explain to my children that they have to go, people are going to go kill every animal on the planet, and then they're getting killed? Would you do that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're against killing, then extinction is the solution, right? It prevents billions of more years of extreme killing.
No, I'm asking
Yeah,
you
I'm
a
happy to
direct
explain
question.
it. Bring up little Bobby, bring up little Jessica, let's do it. Let's get them on the street.
You would actually do that and conflict a child in that manner?
Well,
that says a lot
you
about
would
your
tell them
character.
that animal exploitation is okay, animal suffering's okay, so you're the one that's really lying to them.
No, that's not true. I want you to
So
explain.
do you advocate against animal suffering?
I want you to
No.
explain to my
No,
children.
you don't.
No, I do. Explain to my children what your end goal is. That you believe in humanity extinction. Tell my children that your plan is to remove all animals and then take them off the planet as well in one big bang.
Yeah, it's simple. Our plan is to make sure that life is no longer forced into unsafe conditions.
And so what does that mean?
To make sure that nobody has to suffer terribly. It's as simple as that.
So are you saying my children are suffering?
Did I say that?
So how do you define what suffering is?
Well, your children could suffer, right? There's nothing stopping them from breaking the world record for the worst life ever lived.
Okay, so if they were living the worst life ever lived, you're saying let's take them out. Let's take them off the planet.
You wouldn't? You don't think that would benefit them? You don't think the worst life ever lived is one that definitely merits you?
No, because there's redemption and redeeming.
So like when a child is raped to death, where is the redemption?
Well, they're already dead.
So what? So the child abuse is okay as long as they kill them?
No, that is not. Don't put words into
So
my
what do you
mouth.
mean they're already dead? So I'm saying that like there is no redemption, right? That doesn't apply to all cases. Life isn't always okay because there's always redemption. That doesn't always happen. So you're making a generalization. You're missing out all of the cases that doesn't apply to.
You're not answering my question. Based off of everything that you've said, you're saying that there should be almost like a big bang, which would take my children out, and you're okay with that?
Well, it's better than them suffering, right?
And my children aren't suffering. Tell me how my children are suffering.
Well, you don't care if your children suffer, right? She literally said, I don't care if my child lives the worst life ever lived because there'll be some redemption, right? So she doesn't give a shit if her children suffer, right? They could be begging for death and she'll just say, there'll be a redemption probably, so who cares? So this is the level of, respect that people have for life. Zero, right? They literally say, yeah, I don't care if my own children have the worst life ever lived, right? There'll be a redemption. That's the level of disrespect that she has for her own children. Hello, how you doing? Sounds like you're suffering a little bit there, so we're going to leave you to get the help you need. Okay, moving on. We have Carl Truscott joining us next. Hello. It's really annoying when I do like a big presentation like that and then they immediately disconnect. It's like I've just hyped them up. Like, Benjamin coming up next, Big Ben, and then he just disconnects, Benjamin, how you doing?
Doing fine, James. Doing fine. It seems you're not doing so fine yourself, but we can talk about that in just a moment.
Ooh. So, why is extinction bad?
I think extinction is bad because you're not taking into consideration the people who have a will to live.
How do you know that we're not taking them into consideration?
Because total extinction implies it. It's implicit.
So, are you saying that, but by that logic, banning child abuse doesn't consider the child abusers?
Repeat, please.
I said, by that logic, banning child abuse doesn't consider the child abusers, right? The ones that are doing the abuse.
No, that doesn't follow.
It's like saying banning slavery doesn't consider the slave owners, so it's not fair.
The scenario you're giving is two agents acting, one agent causing harm upon another. It's not the same.
No. So causing harm isn't worse than allowing harm, basically.
Okay, sure. So, what can you just give me a very brief layout of your plan? Just very brief.
Grow the movement until we have enough people to take over the world, start running it ethically, and start doing animal extinction and researching how life develops, how to prevent it from developing. Do beyond Earth if we can.
What is the end goal?
The most vast and thorough extinction possible.
Of all human life and animal life.
And beyond Earth as well if possible. So just to make as much of the world as safe as possible.
Will you be the one that actually is running the operation, or are you going to be the actual one that is leading the actual
I don't know.
scientists?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So, would you support just like people that want to leave early?
It depends, but probably not.
Well, there's a bit of a conflict there, is there not?
Well, not if you see the whole picture, right? So we actually need humanity right now so that we can do animal extinction and extinction of other life first.
Can I show you the actual absurdity in what you're saying?
Look, if someone is like living a terrible life and there's nothing we can do for them, then yeah, we support it.
Gotcha, great. So if somebody has severe, let's say they have,
yeah. So we're not going to just have like suicide booths on every corner and anybody can go in.
Well, no, there wouldn't be a booth. There wouldn't be a booth. I'm just saying, like, okay, let me show you the absurdity. You are saying that people are suffering. In exchange for the suffering, you believe exploitation of the suffering to further the suffering ending agenda is the end goal. Because your exact words were, if I heard it correctly, was we need humanity to solve the actual dilemma. So in order to end the suffering, you want to exploit people who are already suffering. Correct?
Yeah.
Great. So would you agree that exploitation of people that are suffering causes further suffering?
It depends.
No, it doesn't depend. Exploitation of the suffering.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, great. So do you see the dilemma here? So the problem is going to be is that if your end objective is to end the suffering, but you want to exploit people who are suffering to actually end suffering, you are actually causing more suffering.
Well, no, you're not causing more suffering than you prevent.
I'm sorry?
So it's the lesser of two evils, if you think about it, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, let me explain it to you logically, right? So you're saying we should never cause suffering in order to prevent suffering. But by that logic, you would allow 1,000 children to get, abused if the only solution was to, give forward another child to be abused and just the one instead. So your mentality allows for infinite evil, essentially, one that says that we shouldn't prioritize doing the lesser of two evils. So that allows for the greater of two evils, which if you have two brain cells to rub together, is the worse option.
Yeah, great. So just to be clear, you've taken on an actual nihilistic, pessimistic view on life.
That's not a counter argument, Ben. That's more of a...
I'm going to give you the argument.
I'd be embarrassed if I were you saying that.
Well, no. So you are a nihilist, obviously, very clearly.
This is getting embarrassing for you, right? You're getting desperate. Go
back
to
arguments. Are you a nihilist?
Let's go back to the logic, right? Come back to what I just said.
Sure, yeah, come back to what you just said. So ultimately, what you're saying is that the end being utilizing people's suffering, okay, to end larger, grander suffering is lesser of the two evils. The problem is going to be this, okay, is that under your worldview as an actual pessimist or a nihilist, okay,
I'm neither of those things.
You are. You absolutely are.
Benjamin, thank you for coming up. But if you're going to start lying, then we're not going to have you on the stream. Look, if I'm saying I'm not a nihilist, I'm not into that, I'm not a pessimist, I'm not into that, you can't just say, yeah, you are, right? Give me some sort of explanation, right? You can't just say that and get away with it and then move on, right? He wanted to slip that in there, to not allow it to be challenged, but to just accept it, slip it in and then move on. We're not gonna let you do that. And he also dodged my question as well. Hello, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So, would you consider yourself an anti-natalist?
No.
So just from your prompt, it says forceful total extinction is needed to stop all suffering. Are you referring to forceful total extinction of human beings?
Everything, not just humans.
So, wouldn't that make you an anti-natalist? Though,
no, the thing is that we need more humans temporarily. We need to keep reproducing temporarily until we complete animal extinction first and prevention of life ever coming back on Earth. Because if you just get rid of humans and animals, then they can come back. Or if you just get rid of humans, then animals will keep suffering. So you have to do a proper job. And if humans start going extinct, if we support antinatalism, then we're endangering animals, right? We can't risk human extinction until we've done other life first.
Okay, so antinatalism comes later down the road.
Well, we still wouldn't use antinatalism either, so we wouldn't allow life to go extinct. We would make it go extinct, right? Put it to sleep, basically. To remove it from being exposed to the danger of this world.
Okay, but that's kind of just reframing what antinatalism is.
It's really not. It's really not. Antinatalism is basically just being child-free. It doesn't have any sort of plan. It's not forceful. It's voluntary. It's completely different things.
But they both result in a cessation of the human species.
No, they don't, right? So antinatalism will never result in human extinction because it leaves the world to horny sadists. It does passive solutions that get rid of the people that actually care and make sure that the gene pool is only ever full of people that don't care and that just want to reproduce no
So
matter
you're
what.
saying not everyone will adhere to antinatalism.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the issue. So antinatalism would work, but for the bad actors.
Well, no, it still wouldn't work. The thing is that, yeah, well, firstly, you've got bad actors that could go on forever, right? So it's not even a realistic option. It doesn't help the animals, and it doesn't help those who are suffering today, right? There's lots of people that want to die, that can't do it themselves. So, you know, if you just leave them, then they'll suffer terribly. So you have to put everything to sleep forcefully, mandatory, not optional. You don't let them live out the rest of their life. You don't sterilize them. You euthanize them. You remove them from the danger of this world so that there's no chance of them suffering or reproducing.
So what does that look like to you? Like, I don't want to jump to the simple solution of nuking the world for total extinction, but
That wouldn't work. So, yeah, we're growing the movement until we have enough people to take over the world, start running it ethically, which has to happen anyway. You know, it's being run by dictators. Then we start doing animal extinction with, you know, euthanasia, whether it's gas or something else, and start trying to make the world uninhabitable as well. We start researching how life develops, how to prevent it from developing, if we can do beyond Earth, right? So there's lots of reasons why humans need to keep reproducing. You know, we can't stop until we've done as much as we can to make the world, to make as much of the world as safe as possible, right? To do as the most vast and thorough extinction possible.
I got you. So I hear what you're saying, and it's fascinating, but it does seem like you're prioritizing the reduction in future suffering rather than the encouragement of utilizing the world we're in now. Like, because if we were to just go around expressing these views that you're saying, we're kind of lowering our quality of life for the little time we have here. So if
Well,
you
that's
want to
selfish,
erase
right?
suffering,
So it sounds like you're saying, oh, let's just be selfish.
well, if you want to erase suffering, you're kind of assuming your plan's going to work out. And
No. So his counter argument is that sounds shit. That sounds boring. Like I wouldn't enjoy that kind of life. Let's just be selfish. That's not a counter argument. You don't get that very often, right? Where they're like, yeah. What? But have you considered just being selfish? Hello, how you doing? Okay, no. So yeah, his argument was literally, yeah, that sounds like a bit of effort. Why don't we just be selfish instead? Carl, you're back. No? Okay. Do we have anybody else? Right, we are pretty much out of people in the queue. Oh, no, we've got Kimura. Kimura-san.
Yo, James. Daijoubu desu. Do you speak Japanese, James?
Hi.
Oh, shit. So, I need to ask something for you.
Dosta.
So, how many years do you think how many years do you think we will need to acquire a total extinction?
Wakaranai. Sarawa bakana. We can't know. It's impossible to know. And we shouldn't try and guess it. We shouldn't focus on guessing things like this. We should try and make it happen instead of, guessing about it.
Okay, yeah. But you think it's going to last many years or just
we don't know. So
years?
we are working towards the best extinction possible, which is the most vast and thorough scientifically possible extinction. So we don't know what that's going to look like. We have to determine it, and we have to hold out for that to get better and better and better, right? So we have to do the science, progress our science, advance technology and science, so that we can work towards the best extinction, the one that has the highest chance of preventing life ever coming back. So we have no idea how amazing the extinction could be, how thorough and preventative it could be. We have to work towards discovering that.
Yeah, thanks. I'll leave.
Yeah, thank you. So again, most people rush extinction, right? In their heads, they rush it. They're like, yeah, just do a bit of antinatalism, make it optional for humans. Jobs are good. So that's like the worst type of extinction, right? Antinatalism. It's doing nothing. It's leaving it all to chance. It's making it optional, right? It does literally nothing. So antinatalism is the worst type of extinction, and it also focuses on humans, who are the only ones that could help animals. So it's literally the extinction of the only species that can help all of the other species, and it does it in a voluntary way that will never work anyway. So that's the worst type of extinction, right? And other types of rushed extinction would include just doing human extinction, right? And then the animals will evolve back into humans. It's just stupid, right? Or if you do just remove all of the animals and humans on Earth, right? A lot of people would do that. Oh, just nuke it, just nuke everything, right? And they don't care if life comes back, if it evolves again. So you can't rush it. You have to make sure life doesn't come back. And we have to push science and technology to their maximum limits so that we can do the maximum prevention of life existing. Hello, how you doing?
Hello. Good to talk to you again. I always try to think of new ways to help out your cause. So basically, you're talking about creating essentially anti-life, right? And then infuse sort of the universe in a progressively moving anti-life. It'll take a while to make that happen, right? So
At
you're going to
least
have to
10
study
minutes.
DNA.
At
You're
least
going to
10.
have to study like DNA, and you're going to have to study like what makes things tick. That way, things can't come back 100%. Okay, so that's the scientific advances that will happen in the meantime to be able to figure out how to eliminate absolutely all life, because you've already stated like you've got to take out the aliens, any aliens that might exist across the universe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so with the biological knowledge that we're going to gain there, what if towards the end we take a little right turn, and instead of extinction, we just make everybody enjoy suffering?
Make everybody what?
Enjoy suffering. Turn everything in the universe into masochists.
Are you serious?
I mean, it could work if we
still have child abuse, but now the children
everything
enjoy.
exactly. We'll all enjoy hating.
Right. Yeah, he was about to say child abuse, probably. So let's move on to somebody else. For some reason, people think that all of the terrible things in the world are just jokes, right? That they're just punchlines. That animal abuse, oh, that's funny. Child abuse, yeah, that's hilarious, right? And part of it is that they're not able to deal with these topics seriously. And so it's not their fault that they were born that way, but it certainly makes them sound like complete arseholes, basically. But again, it's not their fault, right? So all of the bad people in the world, every single one of them, right? Every single bad person in the world, it's not their fault they're bad people. They were born that way. So at the minute, most people understand the thoughts and actions and behaviors of other people in a really animalistic way, right? So we say, oh, I can't believe they did that. They're such a bad person. I hate them. How dare they do that? But the thing is that that's a really animalistic way of interacting with other people. The smarter way is to understand why they're behaving that way. So instead of being angry at people, try and understand like what's actually going on. And the more you understand about what's actually causing people's behavior and what's making them bad people, the harder it is to be angry at them, right? The harder it is to blame them. Because it's like, Okay, yeah, he's a complete piece of shit, but like it's not his fault. He was born that way. And the thing is that people don't understand that it's because they're born that way. So that's one of the main parts of what we're dealing with here, is that people don't understand that people didn't have a choice. Okay, so when someone is an asshole or a good person or abuses a child, whatever, they didn't have a choice, right? And so understanding that they didn't have a choice and that it was inevitable, that their behavior is determined, that it's a system that we can understand why they're doing it, right? That is infinitely more intelligent than just saying, oh, they're a bad person. Right, no, it's not that they're a bad person, okay? It's that there's lots of things going on under the hood, right? So the really basic way of understanding human behavior is, oh, he's a bad person, or oh, he's a good person. But that's not an intelligent way to do it, right? We actually have to understand what's really going on. You know, you have to think deeper, essentially. And if we do that, then yeah, you start to have empathy even for bad people, because it's like, yeah, his brain is broken, basically. Hello, how you doing?
Good. I just have, this is a very interesting conversation. I think it brings up a lot of good ideas. I just have one question. Do you plan on having children?
No plans right now.
So I was wondering, this is a very these are very powerful ideas, the way that we think about how, suffering is, at the end of the day, not worth life. And I just think, do you actually put this into practice with your everyday life?
I do activism basically every day.
Okay. Do you see this as more of a thought experiment or more of something that you actually want to happen?
So it's not a thought experiment. It's a social justice movement with dedicated activists, structures in place, street events, loads of stuff.
Interesting. I see it as more of a thought experiment because I find it hard to even find a realistic possibility of this happening.
Look, if there's a movement out there and they've got activists and they're fighting for something, to call it a thought experiment is very disrespectful, actually.
I'm sorry. Maybe that's just the way that I interact with it. I find that
the thing is, we're not doing this for philosophy, right? We're prepared to carry out extinction with our own hands, right? It's not a philosophy or a thought experiment for us.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, that's all I had to say. So thank you.
Fair enough. Yeah, thanks for coming up. All right, so look, the thing is, look, lots of philosophy is about inaction, not doing anything, right? Thought experiments, but none of these things actually help anyone, right? We have to take action, do activism, get away from the thought experiments, and actually try to help people. So gathering together people that are prepared to help is the best way to do that. Hello. Hello. Okay. Sounds like they're suffering. We'll leave them to suffer and get the help they need. Right, if anybody else wants to debate or have any questions...
That was funny you said he sounds like he's suffering. Okay, I want to give you a honest go at it. I think that some of your ideals are it's very brilliant. I just think it's at a crude stage. Maybe that's why you're processing it more with more talk. It could be developed. So let me make sure I understand it. So as long as we collect everyone in a container of extinction, then we end suffering, right?
What kind of container are you thinking? Like a shipping container?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if everybody is extinct, nobody's suffering anymore. Suffering is ended. Just trying to make sure I understand you.
Well, if there is no life, there is no suffering. Yeah.
Okay. So I think I would be right in understanding it that way. So I think part of what you're saying is almost kind of godly.
Yes.
Ask me how so.
Yeah.
So
like
one of these
extinctionists,
people you were speaking,
we have benevolence, right? We are all loving. That's why we're doing it.
Yeah, but more in a different sense I was seeing it, because one of the guys that you were speaking to, he was onto something brilliant, but I don't think he understood where he was going, and you kind of cut him off before he can understand it, because he mentioned the universe, and I think that was part of his brilliance. So we haven't explored the universe in totality, so we don't know what's out there. And so the reason why I say it's kind of godly is it is a complete Christian ethic that God himself is collecting out of the universe all that creates suffering and wickedness and putting it in a category of hell or the lake of fire. So I know that you hate the idea of God, so I just want to let you know that in a crude sense, your rebellion of God is actually validating God, because God will put people.
Charlie, look, you should start your own TikTok channel and start reading the Bible, right? I'm sure people will love it, but I don't like it. So go and find your own biblical little 12 disciples, your 12 followers, or whatever. Maybe you'll get more than 12 followers. All right. Do we have any more people that want to debate? If you want to preach Christianity, again, TikTok allows you to do that on your own channel, believe it or not. Let's see. Okay, we've got David Jaworski coming up next.
Yo, hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Yo, could I make a donation?
Yeah.
But I want it to be a specific cause.
What cause?
So I'm I'm willing to pay you like £5,000, but you have to go to the US, buy a gun, and shoot yourself.
Wow, 5,000. That's tempting. Yeah, 5,000.
It is. Plus, you stop like suffering, don't you? Because you stop dying.
Yeah. You know what,
Stop
David?
living.
Instead of the £5,000, how about we just hear one reason why extinction would be bad? Just rub some brain cells together, give us some sort of counter argument, just anything. Just try and rub those two brain cells together and click, click, click. Maybe a spark will come out eventually. Probably not, though. All right, we do not have many people in the queue, so let's get yourself in the queue, guys. Right? Let's hear your opinions. Tell us why extinction would be bad. Hello again.
Are you alright? Like, genuinely, like.
What?
Are you okay? Genuinely?
Yes. Maybe not.
Like, how is your life?
Well, that's it. People don't need to know, right? Maybe my life is great.
No,
Maybe it's
no.
terrible.
People
Doesn't
do.
matter. I could be suffering horrifically, or maybe I'm having a great time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have any impact on whether or not we should
Yes,
allow
it does,
suffering.
though. It does. Like,
So my personal life should decide the rules for the world. Should we allow suffering? That's how people work. Like, we've had lots of people come up today and say, should we allow suffering? Yeah, you're right. There's horrific suffering around the world it's terrible, but I'm not suffering, so I don't care. So, lots of people have this mentality, and she wanted me to say the same thing, basically. She wanted to say, the thing is, they can't understand making decisions for others, right? That they can't make for themselves. So it's like they're on a different operating system, basically, right? That's why people have such crazy ways of thinking. They're on a Macintosh, right? We're on Windows. Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Mr. James, and yourself?
Good, thank you.
All right, man. So I'm gonna be honest. I've seen your live for like the past couple of days. I've taken a look at the website. And I mean, the easiest way that I can put it, where I'm giving you a counter argument, is you're seeming to want to end a life. Like, this is an analogy. You're seeming to want to end a life over a broken leg or a common cold, or
no, it's not about a common cold.
issues.
No, it's not about that.
I mean, no, that's the analogy I'm reaching to. There's these smaller issues, or there's these issues.
No. It's about the extreme suffering, right? So it's not about the non-extreme.
That's the point. That's where the point.
It's
where
not
I'm
about the
trying to get at.
non-extreme suffering. It's about
Listen, if you would actually let me talk and stop instead of interrupting me, I will try to fine tune that point for you. Yes, there is extreme suffering. Yes, there is suffering in the world. There will be suffering in the world as long as you have living beings.
Exactly.
The child abuse that you constantly talk about. Yes, that's going to happen. That will always happen. Like, there's always going to be car crashes if you have cars on the road. There's always going to be suffering if you have living beings or human beings out there.
Victims, yeah.
But stopping all life, both human and animal, just because that there is a mass suffering, isn't going to do anything. That's just going to prevent anybody from being able to fix the issues.
So preventing suffering doesn't do anything. I think that's an extremely bold claim, right? An extremely bold claim.
You see, what you're trying to do is you're trying to be on a larger level of morality.
So you think that on a technical level, right? If we're using technical logic here, you think that total prevention of suffering achieves nothing.
No, what you're trying to do is you're trying to end life. You're not preventing suffering. You're just straight up ending.
Just explain that to me again. So just to be clear, so you think that preventing suffering achieves nothing?
All right, don't interrupt me this time because that's all you're doing.
Let's get a yes or a no. This is your last chance. This is your last chance. Give us an answer to that question, or you're gone. That's it. So you think,
quote unquote, ending all suffering is not going to, yes, it will end all suffering. You will completely end all suffering.
When you said it would achieve nothing, that was like an incredibly incorrect statement.
Because you're not really solving any issues. Again,
so the issue of people being forced into bad lives.
If you're just going to interrupt me, you're not sitting here for a debate. You're not actually.
Yeah. So the issue of people being forced into bad lives, you're not solving it. The guy's brain is broken, right? He thinks that preventing suffering and preventing bad lives doesn't achieve anything. You're not solving anything. So to say that solving people and animals being tortured doesn't solve anything, this shows that people don't care about the sufferers. So it's like a slave owner saying, ending slavery doesn't solve anything. We still have bills to pay. It's like, it solves the suffering for the slaves, you jackass. So that's it. It's like a slave owner saying, ending slavery, that won't achieve anything. Ending cruelty and suffering, ending child abuse, that won't. Yeah, it's like a psychopath saying, ending animal abuse, that won't achieve anything. I'll just move on to other victims or something. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Look, the thing is, just on a technical level, do I really want to talk with someone that is so mentally impaired that they think that, prevention of suffering achieves nothing, right? That it doesn't even achieve anything. That preventing people and animals being forced into terrible lives of torture doesn't even achieve anything. So he doesn't even grant that the respect of being in the category of anything. So for this guy, prevention of suffering, preventing terrible lives of torture doesn't even qualify as counting as anything, right? So that's his level of respect for the victims, that if you help them, it's worth nothing. So for this guy, helping victims, preventing suffering is worth
James, you're a
zero.
clown who kicks everybody who exposes you. You're a clown.
And there's no logic detected there, bro, right? Look, if I was coming up, I'd be like, oh, yeah, I've got a really good argument. I've heard everything. I've heard all the sides to the argument. So now it's my chance to join. I want to, use that logic I've been thinking about for the last 2 days. No, nothing, none of that, right? All of that thought, all of that intelligence doesn't exist for that last guy just now, right? None of that exists. No brain cells. His one chance on the stream is, oh, I think you're stupid. It's frustrating to deal with this absence of intelligence. Hello.
Hey, I just have another question. Just as I'm thinking about this stuff, I think that you are, morally good for thinking that ending suffering is where we should be at, and the reduction of it is very important because, of course, I think that finds yourself at a very high moral standard. But why do we have to go to the furthest extreme possible for that ending of suffering to happen? That's my question.
Because there is no other way to end suffering. As long as life exists, it will be in danger, and there is no way to solve that problem, essentially. So the thing is that you would actually require omniscience to provide 100% safety. Without that, there will always be infinite danger. Things can always go wrong. Any system you have can go infinitely wrong in infinitely different ways. So unless you're all-knowing, then you cannot provide certainty of safety for life, whereas only extinction or not having life, it can do the same thing.
As an individual, though, don't you think it would be more valuable to think of it as you trying to reduce suffering rather than be that
so
omniscient
it's
person?
like reducing slavery, right? Reducing slavery, it's not good enough for us. But some people, reducing slavery would be good enough. They would say, yeah, who cares about ending slavery? Let's reduce it. For us, it's not good enough, right? We won't deal with, partially reducing slavery when we can end it.
Okay, makes sense. That's my question. I'll probably be back with another question at some point, but thanks for talking. Bye.
Yeah, feel free to come back. Look, sometimes I do get a bit aggressive or emotional, but the reality is that if you want to have an intelligent conversation with me, you'll get one, right? But if you come up here and start screaming that child abuse is good for you, yeah, you won't see the best of me, okay? You won't see the best of me, but if you have a calm conversation, like a respectful conversation like the last guy, you will get, better things out of me as well. Okay, let's see who we have next. Hello,
Hi.
how you doing?
Hey, I would like to ask you a question. What do you think about animals? Because animals also like reproduce and breed by themselves. Do you think that we should also stop that?
Yeah, so animals suffer terribly, and they suffer even more than we do. Most animals are being eaten alive. That's not happening to humans. So, yeah, they have the worst conditions. They're starving to death. They have illnesses, diseases. They're burning alive in, wildfires. They're freezing to death. They're being chased by scary predators all day, every day, just to be eaten alive at the end of it. So, yeah, we should absolutely make sure that animals don't suffer anymore.
Okay, I just wanted to get your opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming up. Okay, we've got more people in the queue. We've got Reedy Dramatic. Let's see what he's got to say. All right, I'm expecting some drama here. Some sparks may fly. Let's see if he will load up. It's loading. It's loading. Sometimes people just don't connect for some reason. All right, let's see who else we've got. We've got Jane. We've got Morgalandor. We've got... Who else have we got? We've got quite a few people in the queue. But no one's coming up for some reason. I'm joining loads of people in. Okay, we're going to have to deal with Jane for a while. I'm sorry, guys. Jane, hello, how you doing?
Hey, James. So I was wondering, okay, so what?
Jane, everybody, thank you for coming up, Jane. It's been a pleasure. Every time you come up, it's fantastic. All right, let's see. Do we have anyone else? We've got Woe Charlie wants to come up again. All right.
I
Charlie,
want to
you're back.
I want to ask you about a model of the universe. In this simple model, it's only 10 people. So 2 of these people are never called suffering. A model is more simplistic, so just bear with me. So 2 of these 10 people are never called suffering. It's the 8 people that are called suffering. So do you still think that total extinction of all 10 of them would be a good solution to end all suffering?
Well, yeah, make sure that they never suffer ever again, right?
Okay, so the reason why I asked about that model, because I wanted to present to you 2 polars, primitive versus advanced. Because of your impotence to be advanced in your solution, to be able to salvage the 2, you choose a primitive, retarded,
Yeah,
not as an
but if
epithet, but
there,
a
well,
reduced.
we use the only solution we have, right? So extinction may seem lazy, it may seem primitive, but it's actually the simplest and most effective way to provide safety.
But if you weren't so primitive, you would be able to salvage the 2. So
Well, no,
I
no, no.
heard
So
in you,
as long as life exists, it's always in infinite danger. So there's no way to curb that issue without omniscience.
but confessing the impotence um
Yeah,
almost
Charlie,
announce
you have no more argument, right? At that point, you should have just said, "Yeah, fair enough. I'll leave then." Yeah, fair point. That's what you should have said. Okay, that was the correct thing. You know what? The thing is, people criticize me for doing the thinking and speaking for our guests, but the, honestly, it would probably make things a lot better, right? If I was helping them with their thinking and their speaking. Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. 2 points really. Earlier you said you want children, but
No, I didn't.
You did.
I definitely didn't.
You said you were willing to have them.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, but then at the same stance, you also want forceful extinction.
Yeah.
So you're willing to bring children into this world and then rip them straight back out.
Yeah.
What would be the point in that?
Well, look, even if we had to torture every human and every animal on the planet for 10,000 years, it would still be better than the alternative of billions of years of more suffering. So yeah, you have to cause some suffering to reduce or prevent suffering, but it's better than the alternative, right? If you're not going to cause any suffering, then you should never step out of your house in case you stand on an insect or something, right? You'd never achieve anything. So, if you handcuff yourself with silly rules like that, then you end up with billions of years of extreme suffering.
I don't think your argument makes very much sense.
Well, I think it makes perfect sense, and you're just not able to understand it. Okay, so again, you would see that we don't cause any suffering in order to end all suffering. So again, by that logic, you would essentially just have to shoot yourself in the head so that you don't stand on an insect ever again, right, during the pursuit of extinction. So yeah, essentially, if you prioritize never causing any suffering, right, if you take the zero tolerance policy on suffering to the extreme, then you would cause more suffering. You would allow suffering, right? In the same way that if you had a pacifist police officer who, will never tackle a criminal in case it makes them suffer, yeah, you can have lots of crime. You can have more suffering, right? So yeah, of course you should use suffering where necessary to prevent suffering, right? Doctors will inject you with medicine. It will hurt. It might make you suffer, but the medicine will ultimately lead to less suffering. Like, these concepts are so simple. When we say that people have, insanely bad mathematics skills, this is what I'm talking about. And Cybertroll is making the perfect point of it, right? I'm saying 1 + 1 = 2, and people are disagreeing with it, right? That, yeah, 60 seconds or instant extinction, right? What if extinction doesn't take a minute or 30 seconds? What if the gas is takes a couple of seconds, that's it, you're gone. Compare that to billions of years. Tell you what, the billions of years thing, right? We can take it further than that. We can say infinite potential suffering, because realistically, life could go on for longer than billions of years. If humans, were to go on and continue being selfish, right? They might find a way to continue living on for billions of years, trillions of years, maybe even forever. And you can say, oh, entropy, and well, yeah, you don't know 100% though, right? So maybe, right? So infinite potential. So what's worse? 2 seconds, 60 seconds of suffering, morphine. Yeah, that really causes suffering, right? Let's imagine we might be able to use morphine gas for the euthanasia, right? It could be really nice. It could be like, oh yeah. So what's worse? That, ooh, that's nice. Or billions of years or infinite years of more infinite suffering. Right, come on, do the basic maths, guys. Extinction cannot possibly cause more suffering than it prevents, right? Okay, moving on. Hello, how you doing?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just put me in a picture? What's the headline of what you claiming.
Yeah, so we should be against life existing, right? Because all it does is cause suffering and trap people into lives of hell where they're begging for death. So we shouldn't allow suffering anymore. We should correct the mistake, correct the problem of life existing. We should work towards a world with no life and no possibility of life ever again.
That's extreme, but I would start different. I think there is too many people on Earth.
Right, but we're talking about how to end all suffering, right? How to make suffering gone forever.
What do you call suffering? What do you mean by suffering?
I don't try to nitpick, right? People like you that say, well, what's your definition of suffering? You discriminate, right? You'll say, oh, child abuse, I don't think that's suffering. Animal abuse, well, maybe.
No, but what do you mean? It's very
right? all suffering.
Hold on. I honestly don't try to argue with you. I just didn't get it yet. Suffering of what? Of whom?
Everything, all of it, 100% of it. Everything and anything.
So, like, you mean you want our planet to suicide?
The only way to make sure that nobody has a bad life ever again is to make sure that there is no life, so that nobody is being born, forced into a bad life, without consent ever again. So yeah, we have to make sure that there is no life, no possibility of life ever again.
Look, I didn't go too far. I thought.
Why does it go too far?
Hold on. Let me finish my point. I thought a few times there's so many 8 billion people and it's on and it will grow and grow. There's a limit. I mean, we're gonna explode on this planet.
That's a very childish way of thinking about it.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on.
No, Eric, you hold on, right? You can go and make a TikTok channel about how we should reduce the global population so that we can have a better life, right? You can go and make Thanos the TikTok channel, but that's not what we're doing here. Hannah, hello, how you doing?
Hey. I've been watching for like 3 or 4 days now, and I've been trying to think of a good argument, but there isn't one. But I'm just curious, what do you think the best argument that you have heard is?
That's a good question.
Because honestly, even though I don't agree with it, like I said, I've been trying to think for like 3 or 4 days, and there's actually not anything that I could think of to argue against it. Even the other day, I was like, well, if you take like a mouse and it gets stuck on a glue trap, then it will try and like chew off its own like arm or leg to get off, and so that would mean that animals want to live. But then I guess you would just say it's evolutionary and biological. So yeah, I'm just wondering what you think is any good argument against it.
The only way we would ever disagree with extinction is if omniscience just appears tomorrow or something, right? A scientist says, that's it, we've discovered omnipotence and omniscience. We can click our fingers and solve all suffering without extinction.
Can I try just one argument, even though I don't really, like I said, I don't think there's any really great one. Okay, so imagine if, like, God is real, and for whatever reason, like, you are able to do mass extinction, there's nothing left, but then by doing that, it sends everybody to hell, where they're infinitely tortured. So if that, like, I'm not saying that's true or anything, but if that was a possibility, then would that not be worse than just allowing, like, the suffering on Earth, maybe?
The thing is, if life is going to get born and then go to super hell, then surely preventing more life from being born to go to hell would be the right thing.
I'm like, okay, yeah, there's nothing I can really say that, or anybody really. So that's why I think it's just so frustrating for people, because like logistically, there is no real good like argument against it, but obviously, there will probably be very few people that actually agree with the prompt. So
Yeah, but we are growing. It's a movement. I didn't start it. I joined a year ago. It started 4 years ago, and we're growing until we have enough people to carry out total extinction. And yeah, you're right. There aren't many people in the world who will agree with it, which is why we will have to reproduce. We have people in the movement who are donating sperm so that they can have hundreds or thousands of children. 20 years from now, there'll be lots of new potential extinction activists, right? So we are doing reproduction programs basically so that we can, get enough people so that we can end all suffering.
all right, that's all I wanted to say. Have fun.
All right, thank you, Hannah. And part of that program is that we're prepared for the long term. So we expect this to be a multi-generational project, could take hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer. And, obviously the first step is to take over the world so that we can start doing extinction. And that's going to, that could take a very long time. That could take thousands of years, right? So, for, bearing that in mind, obviously we need reproduction programs. We need programs to be trying to outpopulate the rest of humanity, replace them with better humans, compassionate, ethical humans, extinctionists. And extinctionism is genetic. You can say, a lot of people say, well, Republican, Democrat, this or that is, it's all just the same. No. Extinctionist is different from other ideologies in that this is perhaps the most genetically impacted ideology and most genetic dependent ideology. And that's because extinctionism relies on rationality and intelligence and logic. And these are all things which humanity is lacking in, right? It's not very good at. So it's very easy to be a Republican or left wing, right wing. Doesn't matter how smart you are, right? You've got lots of really stupid left wing people and lots of really stupid right wing people. But you don't really have many stupid extinctionists, right? Sure, there's probably one or two, but the thing is that extinctionism essentially depends on rationality, which is specifically denied by evolution. So humans are prevented by evolution, prevented from understanding suffering, prevented from being intelligent, prevented from being ethical, basically just being animals. So evolution has made it so that humans are very animalistic, right? And religion is one type of that. Sexism, racism, aggression, all of these things are actually animalistic. So extinctionists are very different, right? We are less emotional, we are less violent and aggressive, less selfish, more intelligent, more compassionate. So that's why I say it's humanity 2.0, right? It is the next stage in human evolution. Now, I think it's very, we're very confident that as humanity progresses, there will be more and more extinctionists, right? That's why extinctionists are appearing now. It's because human evolution has progressed to that point where we're getting smart enough to finally understand that suffering is not acceptable. So there's a very good chance that the entirety of humanity is going to continue advancing in that direction with evolution. So 100 years from now, it could be much more common for extinctionists to be born just in the general population. And if people start to genetically modify humans and try to make them more intelligent, then there's a good chance that that will create more extinctionists as well. Because it is about having higher levels of intelligence, right? The more animalistic you are, the more likely you are to be selfish and focus on survival and reproduction, like an animal, right? I only care about myself. Yeah, having kids is good, it's glorious, right? So you got survival and reproduction, these animalistic things, right? Caring about your own life, not giving it up for anyone else. wanting to have kids, not caring if they suffer. So extinctionism is like the far opposite of that, right? It's like the complete cancellation of evolution. So, humans have really got that animalistic nature stuck into them, right? But on the fringe of humanity, the outliers, the exceptions, the rare humans, sometimes there's genetic mutations that lead to better things, right? To more compassion, more intelligence, more rationality, more empathy. So we are essentially the first humans to start the next stage of humanity, basically. So humanity is evolving, and this will happen. This is the next stage of human evolution. And so it's about essentially escaping the animalistic mentality, the animalistic priorities of survival and reproduction. And the thing is that right now, these two things are forced into the mind and the brain, and forced and overriding rationality. So we can say that reproduction is wrong, it causes suffering, but people don't care, right? Essentially, the genetics, the evolution, it makes them favor reproduction over logic, over rationality. And it's the same thing with surviving, right? You're in infinite danger, right? There's no point being alive. You're risking being trapped in a life of hell. It's not worth it. They would still go for the survival, right? So the survival and the reproduction, these are like the main animalistic qualities, and humans are completely stuck inside them. And so while they're stuck in that animalistic mentality, while they continue to glorify life and glorify reproduction, and they are going to be stuck in an animalistic mentality alongside that. So, it's kind of like an operating system, right, that glorifies survival and reproduction. And the thing is that to think life is good, it makes you a complete monster, right? To be able to glorify life like an animal, it makes you an absolute psychopath, basically, right? So that's why people come up here and say child abuse is good for you, animal suffering is okay, and all of these terrible things, right? And that's why they say, oh, I'll never suffer. No, there's no risk of suffering for me. My life is good. It's just they're animals, right? So 100% of this revolves around them being animals, right? They've evolved to survive and reproduce, right? And at the expense of logic and reason. So the survival and the reproduction, it overrides their ability to use reason, logic, rationality. And that's why they dodge questions, they say crazy things, they change the subject. It's not because they actually believe those crazy things specifically. Some of them they do. But a lot of the time, when you challenge them about extinction and other stuff, they will say things, they will react in a way that they've never thought about. So this is new territory for them. This is new things they've never thought about. And so they will react in a new way, essentially. So when these ugly opinions come out, it's not always something that they've thought about. A lot of the time, it's just a subconscious thing that just comes out, basically. So the ugliness of nature, the ugliness of suffering, and all of the predator animal nature, that's still inside people's brains, and you can get it to come out, basically, if you ask them the right questions. But they don't realize it. So, yeah, how do you escape from being, focusing on survival and reproduction like an animal? Colin, hello, how you doing?
Hey, just adding on to what we're talking about currently, I find that the survivability and reproduction of the human species is actually more valuable than, yes, we have the ability to think more highly of these ideas and say that we are at a higher moral standard, thinking that we are bigger than, better than the world that we see fit. And so, but in my reality, I find that even animals, or yes, we have animalistic tendencies, but animals are just, without the ability to self-realize, without, with their selfish animalistic desires, that is more true to me, that we hold that, yes, we are animalistic, yes, we are we reproduce, and we have those, I think those those instincts are actually more of human than the ability to think higher of these ideas.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's very human, but it's very animalistic, right? If that's what you're saying.
Yes.
So yeah, the thing is that, in their heads they've been programmed to the most important things is survival and reproduction, and they don't even realize it. But yeah, it's not nice for them, right? Their minds are basically being distorted and twisted for nature's purpose. They are effectively nature slaves. That's what we call them, because it's, you've probably heard of these parasites that take control of the host, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nature has effectively done that to humans, where they don't have control over their own minds and their brains. It has like a virus controlling it, basically.
So you're at the point now where you find that it's kind of your responsibility as someone that has the ability to think rationally and kind of above these animalistic ideas, that it's your responsibility to kind of create this reality and make it. I like how you said the kind of the evolution of human thought is to think that we are. This is where I kind of like sit here and be like, we are beyond these animalistic tendencies. We are more than them, and that's where I'm like, yeah. I mean, I wish I could say that we are beyond these, but in all reality, we aren't, and there will always be suffering, and and I don't think we can do anything about it. And
well, that's it. Most humans are not beyond that mentality, but extinctionists are actually free of it, basically. So whereas most people would not be able to end existence, extinctionists can.
Okay.
And so, yeah, the thing is, right, if you think about all of human history, you've got religious people, you've got crazy people. They've always been irrational. They've always just been animals, basically, that can talk. But it's high levels of irrationality, like high levels of spirituality, religiosity. So humanity has always been an irrational species, technically speaking. So the next stage of human evolution is to escape from irrationality and to become rational, which is not some airy-fairy thing that, will become a good species or something. I'm talking on like technical levels here. So the next step will be to technically become a rational species.
I sit here and I think that is, you're on the right. I'm starting to realize that is the most rational way of thinking about how. The highest way of thinking, I guess, to say is suffering is the worst. How do we end it? We have the ability to realize how to end it. But I
would say this to you as well, that even if there is a higher way of thinking out there or something else, that this is still the most rational position that we have, like, at the minute. And that's how rationality works as well, is that you have to be willing to change if something more rational happens. So, the thing is, yeah, even if you hold out for something else, if you accept that this is the most rational position at the minute, then you should still advocate for it, right? It might be the most rational position forever. And if it changes, then you can adopt the new rational position.
As I want to agree with you in the ideas of higher rational thinking, I also think what are the less extreme versions that I can think of. And, as technology increases, as we go further as a species, I think, yes, extinctionism is probably the highest form of it, but the technologies that we can have and to end suffering for humans, I think, is the most that we can do as a species.
What about animals?
This is where I was also thinking, I selfishly think that animals, although we are not better than them or have anything to say about how we are just have more value, those animalistic tendencies and their ability to not know they exist, to me, makes them irrelevant in the conversation of suffering.
Well, firstly, animals do suffer, and secondly, if you remove humans and not animals, animals will just evolve back into humans.
Okay. Yeah, I just think about animals. Yes, they are suffering, but they are also causing suffering.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So get rid of them.
Okay.
But really, the reason why we need animal extinction is because we care about them and don't want them to suffer.
We care about them so much more than they care about themselves, which is a very interesting way of thinking about it.
Yeah, but that we shouldn't care about them less just because they don't care about themselves.
Okay. That's all I got right now. See you, man.
All right. Thank you, Colin. So yeah, the pro-extinction movement advocates for caring about every single life form in the entire universe, present and future, and potential as well. So that's what it means to be benevolent, to be all-loving. And the thing is that unless you are benevolent and all-loving and care about all life and potential life, then you're never going to be able to make the correct decision for them, right? Can somebody that doesn't care about animals at all make a correct decision for their well-being? No. So that is one of the biggest pieces of intelligence that people are missing out on here, right? If you actually care about life, you'll be able to think about it more intelligently. You'll be able to make correct decisions for it. Somebody that doesn't give a flying fuck about animals, doesn't care if they suffer, comes up with excuses for, they probably don't suffer anyway. That kind of person is never going to be able to make a correct or good decision for the well-being of other animals, right? But if you care about them and say, yeah, I care if they suffer, then suddenly it becomes a lot easier to make these decisions. Now, the reality is that most people that care about animals just find them cute, right? They just like puppy dogs. So actually caring about animals means caring if they suffer, means caring about all of their needs, all of their potential well-being, and all animals, regardless of what they look like, where they are, what size they are, if they're cute or ugly. So yeah, you really cannot understand extinctionism properly unless you actually care about the life. So, most people are like, extinction, that's a waste, right? What about my pleasure? It's because they don't care if anyone suffers effectively, right? So you'll never be able to make a defensible position and decision for other life if you don't care about it. So that's why it's so easy to argue for extinction, right? If you actually care about life, then it's much easier to make the right decision for it. And that's what extinctionists do. We care about every individual in the world. We care about all life, right? Even bad people, even the trolls in the chat. We do care about them. Like, you might struggle to believe it, but we actually do. Now, the thing is that part of this is that it's learning to do better as well, right? Nobody was born with extinction ideology and the concepts and stuff like that, right? You have to learn about it. But I think for people that want to be a good person, want to do better, and that do have the capacity to care for others, they will try and maximize that and grow it as well. So, I could say that potentially I had less empathy a year ago than I do now. And learning about, ethics and life and how we can care about it even more, that actually helps. It does help you to care about life more. But you do have to consider that all of these people trying to make decisions for the world, and should we allow cruelty, should we allow animal abuse and all this suffering, they're trying to make these decisions without actually caring about the subjects that they're making decisions for. And that's why they're making such incredibly incorrect decisions. It's because they only care about themselves. So, you're not realistically going to end up making good decisions for other people if you don't care about them and you're busy caring about yourself and being selfish, right? This is the reality of why people disagree with extinction. It's because they don't care about anyone else but themselves, at least not to a significant extent, right? They might care about their family or something, but they don't care about the vast majority of life. Essentially, if you haven't met the person you don't care about them. If you haven't seen the animal, you don't care about it. You don't care if it suffers. And this is true. People only care about life if it's in front of them, if they're forced to care, right? If it's going to be embarrassing to not care. It's not embarrassing to not care about someone down the street suffering. It is embarrassing if they're in front of me and asking for help. Hello, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay, so here's the thing. I work as a biomedical engineer, right? In my lab, I was putting in long hours last night, and we're working on it's an enhanced virus basically, and it's very powerful. I wanted to get your take on this. Basically, I can take out this virus, and I can basically create a concentrate of it.
Yeah, no, I'm good. No, I'm good. So we don't want a virus. We don't want an asteroid or anything like that. We need to scientifically determine how to prevent life developing for the world. Right? Don't just remove life. Make sure it never comes back. Don't rush it. Make sure you do a proper job. So we're not looking to release a virus or have an extinction event or anything like that. The plan is very specifically to grow the movement until we can run the world as a government. So we are planning to install the pro-extinction government and to start running the world ethically, right? To control the world, control morality, enforce the right thing. So we have to do that as a government, not as vigilantes. You're never going to do a proper job to control the world and run it ethically, right? You're never going to do the best job for the world if the government is trying to stop you. So the only way to do a proper job to provide safety for the world is to actually run the world. So that is a very necessary part of the plan for extinctionism. So we start running the world, we start doing animal extinction, researching how to make as much of the world as safe as possible, right? Make as much of the world as safe as possible, as the most vast and thorough extinction possible. So don't rush it. Make sure we do the best extinction, which is going to cover the most life, as much of the world as possible, and as thoroughly as possible. So if you just remove life, it will come back, right? So that's not very thorough. You have to do better than that, right? You have to make sure you've done the most thorough job to make sure life does not come back ever, right? Ever, ever, ever. So if you just do a half job, then you're risking it, right? We cannot do half jobs. We cannot provide partial safety. It's too serious of a thing to just rush it. Hello, how you doing?
Hi. Okay, are you pro technology or anti technology? Like, do you think more technology is making more suffering?
Pro technology, pro data centers, the thing is, getting rid of the environment actually reduces suffering, because it means, like, if you chop down a forest, there's going to be no suffering where that forest was, right?
Right.
So yeah.
I think that's it, honestly. Right, thank you.
Fair enough. So yeah, we are anti-environment, right? The only extent to which we support environmentalism is for the stability of the planet, right? So that we can do the science without, burning to death from global warming. But ultimately, we are against environmentalism. We're against, giving habitat to wild animals to suffer on. So the less environment, the better, with the caveat that we should, maintain environmental stability as we can, right? We do need to make sure the world doesn't become uninhabitable until we've done the science properly. So yeah, we can't just, burn down all the forests just like that for fun. We have to make sure that there's going to be, is there going to be an impact? Is that going to affect the habitability of the planet, the ecosystem? So look, we don't want to release a virus or anything. We want to do all of the science, right? We want to do extinction as intelligently as possible, right? As intelligently as possible. We don't want to rush it. We don't want to nuke the planet or anything. We want to do the science to see how life develops, how we can prevent it, how we can, totally sterilize the planet or beyond the planet. So it's going to be scientists doing intelligent work. It's not going to be people on TikTok guessing the method and saying, yeah, we can, throw asteroids into other planets, right? Well, maybe we can, but ultimately we should leave that to the science. And I don't think anyone is going to suggest a method for extinction which scientists working on the problem would miss. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I just had a question for you, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, for your method of extinction, let me just confirm, like, what would be your method for wiping out the human race?
Euthanasia.
Okay, how do you plan on doing that?
However necessary.
Okay, for example?
Like gas to put you to sleep.
What, just like mass gas? Okay. And what do you plan on doing when everybody realizes what your plan is and what you're going to do, and people start to rebel? Like, how do you plan on stopping that?
Yeah, it's a good question. A very good question, and it is a problem that we will need to solve as we get bigger. So we're growing the movement now so that we can take over the world, and there will be problems like that we need to solve. And so, the more people we get together, the sooner we'll be able to start working on those problems. But it's better to have more people working on those problems instead of trying to answer those questions now when we have limited resources.
Okay, so your answer is you're not sure yet, but you're working towards a solution.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. I appreciate your time.
All right, thanks for coming up. And that's kind of how, everything should work with extinctionism and anything else, right? Is that you don't have all the answers now, you should work towards getting them. Okay, let's see. We've not got too many people in the queue, mostly trolls. So I'm probably going to take a break for now, unless we get any more interesting prospects in the queue. So I'm going to give it a minute. We'll see if we get anyone wanting to do any more debates. If not, I might call it for the day. Might, leave it until tomorrow for any more live streaming. Ugh. Yeah. All right. Let's see, what have we got? Yeah, okay. Well, I think that's been a good stream for today, guys. And as always, if you want to watch my other streams, you can watch everything that I do on TikTok with live streaming on YouTube. So this will be posted along with all of my other debates on YouTube. If you search Universal Extinction on YouTube, you'll find my channel. We've got over 100 of these on YouTube now, with hundreds of debates that you can listen to. And join the Discord, join the WhatsApp group, become an activist, read our website, proextinction.com, and start growing the movement with us to make the end of all suffering possible. It's very simple. If you believe that extreme suffering is unacceptable, then you should support total extinction. All right, thanks everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow.